Morning, Daniel.
Morning, Mark. How you going?
Very well. You were early in today.
I've been in, yeah, I've just been logged in for a while. Just came to work to set up. Yeah, just doing homework.
Morning, Eileen.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm very well, very well.
I sent you a little email.
Yes, I saw that. You've got a lot on at work there.
Yeah, I have a report to write. I have my payroll. I am the one and only accountant, payroll, debtors, creditors, advisor, you name it. And I'm not the youngest.
That's a cute way to put it.
Yeah, but my GM is about 41 and he's fantastic.
Oh, that's good to hear.
He wants to do the course too.
Oh, wow. That's cool. Morning, Mark. How you doing?
Morning, Mark.
Good morning. I think that was Alicia or someone else. Morning, Susan.
Morning, Mark. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Very impressed with your efforts there, Mark. Good job. Good morning, Parkley. I think that's Parkley in the background.
Yeah, we're trying to get it all set up.
No worries at all. Who was that, by the way? That lovely voice.
Elise.
Oh, hi, Elise. I haven't known you as Elise. I've known you as a voice in the background. Good morning, Kylie. I'm sure she's in the background, just enjoying her breakfast there.
I'm here. I'm still stuffing my face.
Yeah, all good.
Not a very pretty sight. So.
Nice. Love it. Parkley, all in a row there. Very cool. Like a bit of a lineup.
I was going to say, looks really regimented, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, we're in a massive training room. We've got new recruits being trained next to us.
Oh, I see.
It's like a lineup, isn't it? Like
police. It is. I'm like pointing out the person that did it, the culprit.
Oh, we'll blame Di for now.
Oh, wow. There's more people on my screen. More people than I've ever had before in my life. This is awesome. Everyone's actually come to the party. Everyone's all dressed up in uniforms today. You get a name to the face and a face to the name. Now we know what the voices look like.
Testing. Hello?
Competent.
All right, thank you.
Really cool. Everyone's in the house. might even be able to see Diane on camera. Oh, Diane's on camera. Oh, there we are. Hello, Diane. I think she said hello. I'm not sure what that was. Diane, did you speak? I don't think your mic's working just yet. Good morning, Matt.
Morning.
Got more Parkleys than I can count.
Packer can't get in. Jerome can't get in.
Okay. He's not showing up in the waiting room.
Morning, Mark. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can now, Diane.
Hey, it's Diane.
Oh, what a beautiful voice that you've got there. It's lovely. We can hear you, but now we can't see you. But that's all right. And Kylie's back at the beach. I love it. Alicia's enjoying her vodka. It's really good. Love it. Maybe today's the gin day. Not gym day, but gin day, I'm sure. Nice. And Jerome is in the waiting room. Folks, drop in the chat box. Should I let Jerome in? Yes or no? Give me a yes or a no. Well, should I let Jerome in? I don't know. How am I feeling about Jerome today? I've heard some good things. Elise said no. I like it. I like it. I like it.
I think we should make him do 10 push-ups for making us wait.
I think so. I think so.
Personally.
I love it. I need to get me one of those beach backgrounds. Sounds like something you can buy at a tourist shop.
Morning, Mark.
Good morning. I don't know who that was. Parkley is Retinder. Oh, there you go.
Morning, Mark. How are you?
I am fantastic.
feel like it's way clipped.
Awesome. And Susan, thank you so much for your email there as well. Awesome. Excellent. Alrighty, folks, I believe everyone is here, which is fantastic. Go ahead, everyone, if you can drop a yes in the chat box to let me know that you can hear me and see me. And hopefully I am not too big on your screen there, Parkway. Hopefully I'm not showing up too large, right? Don't want to be larger than life there. Awesome. As people drop that in there, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So welcome to day 3 of workshop 1. I trust that you are having fun. I know that you are learning a lot, and I know that you're getting a lot out of the content that we've been going through over the last couple of days. And I really want to acknowledge every single one of you for reaching out and also staying on top of your studies. And some of the stuff that I've seen come through has been very, very, very impressive. And have been like, wow, that is a great learning program plan. Wow, I am so impressed with how you heard those instructions, took them in and applied them. And we've had some great submissions come in, which has been awesome. If you haven't yet got to completing that submission, that's okay. We'll have a little bit of time this morning here as well. But just a couple of things. What I'd like to do just quickly, housekeeping wise, I know I had someone reach out and mention their situation there. But if you just drop a yes or a no, if you had an opportunity to watch that video that I sent through last night of that crazy man on stage, if you just drop a yes or a no, if you had a chance to watch that video. Elise said yes, Susan said yes, Matt said yes, awesome. Marinda said yes. Alicia said yes. Diane, awesome. Fantastic. Really cool to hear. Next thing that I just quickly want to check in about is with the learning program plan. I'm just going to do a stopgap here. Learning program plan. If you got that complete and you were able to complete that and shoot that through to me, could you just drop a yes in the chat box? Let me know and let me know kind of where you're at with that. Yeah, Alicia said yes. Awesome. All right, cool. Mark, yeah. All right. And if it was a no, that's totally fine. If you're still working on it, yep, that's totally fine. And that is all good. Matt, no problems at all. And I'm not yet sent. Yep, awesome. Thank you. That's cool. And then the next question that I have, it's not really a question, but it's more of an announcement. I know for a fact that everybody is kind of at different stages with digital literacy, right? And everyone kind of has different levels of confidence with PowerPoint. Now, this is an announcement. What I'm actually going to be throwing out to the group is that next week or the week after, but between now and workshop 2, what I'm actually going to do is do a semi-tutorial session for people that would like some extra support in being able to use PowerPoint or build PowerPoint slides. All right, so you don't need to answer in yes or no or anything like that, but over the next couple of days, I'm going to be sending out an invite for anyone that would be interested in coming along to that. And it's not going to be intense. It's not going to be advanced. It's just going to be basically how to make a slide, how to add an image, and how to make your slides slightly engaging if you are making a PowerPoint slide. So if that would be interest to you, I'm not going to ask you to respond, but what I am going to say is there will be an invite that comes out, and I'll be throwing it out to the group. And if you want to come along to that session, just come along, right? And there's no embarrassment about it. There's no nothing. It's just, I know some people have never used PowerPoint before, or I know that maybe you've used it before, but you've had some challenges with maybe putting in an image or whatever it may be. So that's just something I'm throwing out to the group there. And so I just wanted to make that announcement, and you can receive the invite and go, I'm all in, would love to attend, or no, that's not for me. I'm comfortable making PowerPoints. And if part of this course, it's not necessarily that you actually make a PowerPoint as such, but it can be a simple and easy way to present and simple and easy way to get ideas across, right? Awesome. Just going to let Park Lee in there again. Maybe we had Park Lee drop out. So just wanted to mention that, all right? And now what I'd love to do is we're going to do a quick daily review. What that means is very similar to what we did yesterday, not yet, but in a moment, you're going to unmute yourself and you're going to tell us one thing that you have written down from the course. Could be anything at all, could be from day 1 or day 2, and we are simply going to share. We're going to do a couple of rounds of this, so make sure that each time you kind of share something that maybe someone else didn't share. But if you end up repeating something that someone else has already said, okay, no dramas at all. But we're going to do a couple of rounds, and I'm going to call out the person. You're just going to simply unmute yourself and tell us one thing that you've written down from the course so far. Could be anything at all. I'm going to go with Daniel, Eileen, Mark, Susan, Alicia, Adrian, Matt, Jerome, and Park Lee, and Elise, Diane, Ratinda, and we'll go in that order. Go for it, Daniel. Unmute yourself. Tell us one thing you've written down from the last couple of days. Go for it, Daniel.
Presenting techniques, discover, realize, make sense.
Beautiful. Very cool. I'm very happy you wrote that down. Eileen, go for it. I like it. Building the suspense there. Eileen, go for it.
Oh, I liked your video about how not to comedy and inspirational, and the fact that one must always pre-frame and debrief. I love that.
Very cool. I'm so happy you got that. Really happy. Mark, go for it.
Toa.
Very cool. Susan.
Sorry, I really like the part about growth and laughter, poking fun at yourself, to about triggers, and growing through knowing what your triggers are, and the improving capacity, and yeah, which is growth. So that's something that, yeah, that's universal, but it certainly applies to learning and this course. Yeah.
Very cool. Great comments. I love that, because everyone says they want growth, but then you ask them, well, what does growth actually mean to you? And then you start to get a clearer picture. So really great insight. I'm so happy you shared that one. Awesome. Alicia, go for it.
The training needs analyzed questions that you put up, they were really cool.
Awesome. Love it. Matt, go for it.
Discovered, realized, make sense. I do a lot of one-on-one stuff, and I know I've done that content with you in the past, Mark, but need to try and do that more in that one-on-one training basis.
Very cool. Adrian.
Yeah, Mark, just the learning pyramid. I took a lot from that discussion yesterday, just the percentages and all that kind of stuff in relation to the learning pyramid. So it was good.
Very cool. Love it. And Jerome, go for it.
Yeah, hey, Mark. Just the dimensions of competency.
Nice. Good one. Good pickup. Task skills, task management skills, contingency management, job role, and environment. Awesome. Love it. And Park Lee, I'm coming back to you. It's kind of a group thing there. Elise, go for
it. Growth doesn't equal learning, and learning doesn't equal growth.
Very cool. Very cool. Diane, go for it.
Morning, Mark. Eddie, industrial design and action, analyze designs, develop, implement, and evaluate.
Very cool. Love it. And Ratinda.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I like to go back to the numbers, the magical numbers that you taught us the other day, 3, 10, and 100.
Very cool. Very cool. 3 for accuracy, 10 for confidence and being able to do it unsupervised, 100 to really start mastering and on that journey. And then once you've mastered the basics there and got them right, consistently do them, then you can start to break the rules, make up your own rules, but don't break the rules too soon. Awesome, folks. On that note, not yet in a moment, I am going to try something that we'll see if it works or not. No, you'll understand why in just a second. So what you're going to do is you're going to simply head into a breakout room, and now we're going to take it to the next level a little bit. I'm going to stretch your thinking. And what I'd like you to do is, it's not what I say that matters, it's what you remember. And beyond that, it's not what you should remember that is important, but what you actually go out and use. Now, today we're going to cover a lot more stuff around delivery, and that's going to be really cool. And we're going to dive deeper into the training concepts and all of that. But not yet in a moment, get into a breakout room. I'd like you to simply share, based on what we've covered so far over the last couple of days, I'd like you to share one new change or one new thing that you're going to go out and do differently as a result of hearing any of the concepts that we've gone through over the last couple of days. So it could be, oh yeah, hey, how you doing? Good. Oh, that thing. Oh, yeah, that thing about training.gov.au. I'm actually going to, based on that, go back to my workplace. I'm going to check out the courses that we actually run. Or, we've talked about this TOA thing. So next time I'm designing a training, I'm going to actually, focus on the outcome and focus on some of the activities that we can do, really drive towards that outcome. Or it could be, that thing that he said about that thing. I'm going to experiment with it and play with it. It could be anything at all. But I really want you to focus, going back to your workplace, what's one new change that potentially you're going to implement, experiment with, or play with going forward, based on any of the ideas that you've heard over the last couple of days. Now, I am going to pop you in a breakout room. We'll see how it goes. And if Parkley or anyone in that group that ends up in some random place in the ethers, just play along with it. At the moment, I've got Adrian, Diane, Elise, and Jerome and Ratinda in one room. So hopefully that'll work out there. And then Parkley, I've got, I'll just move Parkley to 4 there, and you guys should all be together. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hopefully that'll be correct. But if it's not, you just ignore it, play along, you should be fine. But on that note, you're simply going to head into a breakout room and share with each other, that thing, I'm actually going to experiment with that, or I'm going to play with it, or the change that I'm going to make is X. All right. Head into your rooms, and Kylie and Amanda, you guys will be in your own rooms there. And by yourself. And on that note, I will bring you back, all of you, in about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, and just discuss what change you're going to implement going forward. Thanks, team. I'll see you very shortly. Awesome. Welcome back, team. Welcome back. Welcome back. As people slowly come back there. A lot of people off cameras. Not sure if everyone's okay there. Awesome. And hopefully, yeah, cool. So what I'd love you to do is drop in the chat box what's one potential new action you're going to take as a result. Welcome back, team, everyone. What's potentially one new action you're going to take as a result of hearing some of the content that we've gone through over the last couple of days? Knowing we're going to cover a lot more today, have a great time today. But drop in the chat box, what's one new action you're going to take? Inspire change, create outcomes. Oh, Adrian, very cool. Using the storyboarding method. Very cool, Lise. Storyboarding. I love it. Oh, nice, Diane. Love it. Ratinda, awesome. Awesome. It's all about the outcome. All roads, all training leads to an outcome. All roads lead to Rome, as they say. Discover, realize, make sense. Beautiful. Love it. Nobody wants to be told what they should do, but everyone wants to hear your personal insights and discoveries, and then they can make a decision whether they want to adopt that or not. And we respect people's autonomy. Awesome, folks. Love it, love it, love it. And thank you for sharing there. Really appreciate that. So, this morning, what I'm being more confident in presentation. Oh, Mark, that's a great one. It's something we're going to talk about today, which is fantastic. We're going to dive into presenting. We're going to dive into getting over your fears and ways to do that, and really give you a lot more confidence in that space, which is awesome. So on that note, folks, what we're going to do is I'm just going to, I know many of you have submitted your learning program plans. I know it, and I am very aware that many of you have already submitted them. But I just want to touch upon, I guess, what a good job looks like, or what has come through that I was really happy about. And it'll just clarify for you kind of what we're looking for, which is great. And I have just brought up one that I've received, and I just want to show you what it looks like as a completed job, and just make any comments as I read through it, if that's okay. And the person that made it, great job, whatever. It's not about promoting that person. It's just about showing, things that I'm really happy about, if that's okay with you. And just to refresh your memory as to what it looks like, can look like, and all of that fun stuff there. And so we got spec training, which is really cool, delivery period. We got this explanation here, and that's really cool. We can certainly go into a little bit more detail, but tug cohort, you can really dive deep onto that one. But we got the right details there. We got the codes listed, the titles listed, and all the units are listed there, which is great. Coming down, we've got the number of units, which is great. And then aligned to New South Wales, fantastic. And then what I just wanted to really highlight is how this person allocated them into prison operations and handling offenders, right? So hopefully this is making sense, and they were able to take the units and allocate them across the headings there. And then coming down, we've got the X's in the boxes, which is great, and relating to the different ways that it's going to be trained. And then this person's filled out the support materials, and then the program area, how they'll be assessed as well. And then coming down, the only comment that I'd make is that technically, I kind of didn't stipulate it yesterday, but one thing that we can add in here is that the trainer and assessor must have the qual or high or equivalent, can't spell, knowledge and skill, and be able to demonstrate that, if that makes sense. So you could write in here that the person must have the Cert 3 or the diploma, whatever it may be. So just wanted to add that in there. Program areas, we got delivery and assessment, and we got the X's in the relevant boxes there. And coming down, all looking good. Change that all there to spec training. And coming down, we've got some hazards and risk identifier, which is great. And then coming down, We've got the training aids listed, very cool. And then we've got the dates and then the session title, which is the unit name there. And we've also got, a bit of wording around the title for the workshop there. And then coming down, we've got the name of the person, right? And that's not the purpose of this. It's just to show you essentially how all the bits have come together. So just wanted to mention that. And I'm just going to shoot you guys through a quick email to bring you that document that we were looking at yesterday, or actually when we looked through our learning program plan 1. So with the training plan, program plan review record, drop a yes in the chat box if you can see the review record that's on my screen and should be on your screen there. Yep, awesome, Elise, fantastic. All right, so let me just zoom in for the old Parklea people there. So I've just shot this through to you via email. So you now have a fresh copy, but you should also have it saved as well. All right. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to call this the Learning Plan 2 review form. All right. So if you want to click Save As and then save it as that, you can certainly do that. And fresh copies come to you via email just in the last minute or so. But what we're going to do, not yet, but in a moment, no matter where you kind of got up to with completing it, what we're going to do for the next about, I'd say 10 minutes, I'm going to run through it. And then once I've run through it and explained it, you're going to fill it out. All right. And wherever you're up to, if you haven't yet submitted it to me or if you haven't yet done it, that's okay. We'll just jump ahead, get the review form done, and that way that'll be done and out of the way, right? So we got reviewer's name. So you're going to put your name plus someone else's name from this group. All right. Hopefully that makes sense. And then we've got the review date is going to be the 24th of January 2024. That reminds me it's someone's birthday today. So we're going to come down and then you're going to drop a yes or a no for each of the key areas. So we target learner group, you drop a yes or a no. If you're happy with what you've written in your plan, you're going to go a yes. If you think there could be more details, you could go a no and go, oh, yeah, should add in more about X, Y, Z, right? But it's not a hardcore, you're going to fail if it's, all no's or anything like that. It's not like that. It's just a self-review form. Training package code and title, if you're happy with it, yes or no. Unit suitability, if you're happy with it, great. Packaging rules, are they correct? What that means by that is if there's 16 units mentioned in the unit, in the qualification, and you've got 16, great. And thank you, Mark. And if you have you've got 10 units and you have followed the packaging rules with the core and elective, happy days, great job. Industry requirements, you can go a yes or a no, either is fine with that. Training package implementation, yes or a no. Delivery modes, if you get stuck on any, just go a yes, or if you get stuck, you go a no and put may need to look at it in more detail. Delivery modes, you can go a yes or a no. Clustering of units, you can go, yeah, program areas, if I'm happy with how I've allocated that, you could go a yes. Support materials, if you think you could add more support materials, you could go a no and put in recommendation. Could add more details about support materials. Reasonable adjustment, yes or no. And that's about how we support people with disabilities there. Coming down, student support, and a yes or a no. Program risks, if you're happy with the risks you've identified, then be a yes. If there's other risks you can think about, then you can drop in a comment there. Training aids, sessions and timings, yeah, that's kind of am I happy with the time frames that I've set? And that's cool. And then recommendations, if you've got some, write it in. If you don't, that's okay. You can go nil recommendations, but I'm sure you may be able to find one thing at least there. And if you come down, you can just drop in your signature and then the name of the other person or the initials of the other person that you hypothetically mock reviewed your plan together with, right? But essentially, this is kind of more so a self-review of the plan that you put together. Now, I'll say it again, no matter where you kind of got up to with your plan, what I would love to do is I'm going to give you 10 minutes. And if you can fill out this review form, great. I know that most of you have finished your learning plans. Some people maybe will like just finishing off for a couple of things. Get this review form done. And then later on today, you'll be able to finish off your learning plan. If that's clear for you, just drop a yes in the chat box. Let me know that that's clear. I'm going to give you 10 minutes to get this form done. And once the form's done, then we'll have a chat about where to submit everything. So you should be good to go. By my clock, it's 8:52, so we're going to rejoin at 9:05, and then we'll chat about where you're going to upload everything there. On that note, my video is going off, and I will be here to answer any questions. But yeah, on that note, we will restart at 9:05. Thanks, everyone. See you very shortly, visually on the video. Awesome. So I just got a couple of messages coming in by chat here, which is great. So I'll just address them. So first of all, I had a question. I can't submit file. There's no option. No problem. If you already submitted the learning program plan first, and that's totally fine, you can just email me the extra document and I'll upload it to Moodle for you there. That's totally fine. Because you can only do kind of one submission at a time there. So if there's an extra document you need to add, just email it to me and say in the subject line, please add to my submission, and I'll do that for you there. Hopefully that answers that question there from that person. Is the title of this document to be saved? What's the title of this document? So the title of this document is, we're going to call it Learning Plan 2 Review, Learning Plan 2 Review Doc, or something to that effect there. So Susan's asked the question about the training package implementation side of things. Basically, it just means, was there a comment about that? Yes or no? Has it been sufficiently mentioned? Generally, depending on the context, depending on the environment, you, for me personally, I would just go yes, because a lot of situations, the training, the implementation guide, it can be very specific. So I would just go a yes on that and just move on. If we are putting together a very, how do I put this, a very specific program, then we may really look at it in a bit of detail there. But Susan, I would just go a yes on that. Hopefully that's okay with you, and just drop a response in the chat box there. Cool, but I wouldn't be overly concerned. Awesome, folks. So wherever you got up to with that form is totally fine. Hopefully, as you move through it, you'll be able to go yes or no's. And if it's a hardcore no, basically, you'll be able to drop in a recommendation there, but don't get too stuck on any of the items. If you do get stuck, you may be giving all thought that you need to there. So on Moodle side of things, we have our places to upload to. So we've got 2.2 training program plan 2. That's where you will be uploading and your documents to there. Let me just make sure that you guys can see the screen, and hopefully you can. Yep. Hopefully you should be able to. By the way, let me check in though. Drop a yes to the chat box if you can see the Moodle screen that's showing up on my end. It should be on your end there as well. Drop a yes. Awesome. So we've got training program plan 2. So this is where you'll be uploading the review document and your second learning program plan. And so that'll be great. All right, so now we'll come back and we will just review what we've covered so far. So yesterday and the day before, we were looking at the PD plan and the trainer matrix, and that was in the practical project section. The practical project, that's where we're going to upload our PD plan and our vet matrix. And I'm not going to ask the group, but this is where you'll be uploading it. And many people have sent me an email saying I've uploaded it and that's good to go. So yeah, as you upload it there, we want the PD plan and the matrix. If you want to check with me if it's okay before you upload it, you certainly can, and that is all fine. So then, so far we've covered the PD plan and the trainer matrix, right? Then we have covered the learning program plan with good old Graham from Maramba in Northern Queensland, where we put together that program. And we also did a reflection or a review form on that plan there as well. So you'll be uploading it to training program plan 1. And then we had training program plan 2, and we are uploading what we did yesterday afternoon and this morning with this review form. That'll be going into this section here. All right. So training program plan 2. Hypothetically, if you've already uploaded something but you haven't done the review form, that's okay. You can email that through to me, and I can deal with it on my end here. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. And as you upload something, just a reminder, just shoot me an email saying upload X, and that'll be good, and I'll be able to track it on my records there. So on that note, folks, hopefully that's a simple summary there of what we've covered so far and what we'll be uploading to Moodle. So by my clock, it is coming up to 9:08, 9:10 there. So what we're going to do by my clock, as I said, what we're going to do, we're going to take a break, and that'll give you a little bit more time to stand up, move around, and look after your health there and stay hydrated. And then if there's anything else you want to keep working on, you certainly can. But at 9:30, we're going to shift gears and we're going to talk about training and presenting and all that fun stuff. And we're going to jump into some insights. We're going to have a chat about that video that you watched last night and just debrief some stuff there. So that's going to be super cool. And I will see you guys back here at 9:30, and we'll jump into the next thing. So I'm excited. I'll see you very shortly back at 9:30. Thanks so much, team. Great work.
I was watching your video.
Yeah.
Wow, I really need to finish it. Ooh,
I'll take that as a compliment. That sounds good.
wow, it's really, really interesting and mind-blowing and makes you grow.
Yes, there's certainly a lot that went into that video. So thank you for the feedback.
Wow. Lucky public.
Awesome, folks. So if you're back and ready to go, if you could just drop a P in the chat box and let me know that we got all these ready and accounted for, ready to learn, ready to have a great time, ready to take in some new knowledge and kick it out of the park there. So on that note, if you're present, fantastic. So the next segment that we're going to go into is we're going to switch gears a little bit and we're going to do some laps in the pool. We're going to do some laps in the pool. Have a great time. That's what we do. So, excuse my excitement, but I get excited about things I'm passionate about. You'll understand why in very, very shortly. So, yesterday we talked about the whole discover, realize, make sense. Discover, realize, make sense. Discover, realize, make sense. Discover, realize, make sense. Just so I know that you got that, let's lock that in there, folks. Drop in the chat box, discover, realize, make sense. Discover, realize, and make sense. I'm waiting till I'm seeing that in the chat box there, folks. Let's bring it in the chat box and discover, realize, make sense. Thank you, Elise. Awesome. All right, cool. So, strangely enough, this is tried, tested, and proven, and has been stolen from one of my mentors, right? And in workshop 2, we're going to dive deeper and deeper into language patterns and how we can really influence our audience. And on the last day, we even go into a little bit of advanced questioning and advanced tricks and things that I do and that you can do to really have a bigger impact on your audience there. But I won't reveal too much there. But on that note, not yet, but in a moment, we're going to warm up our muscles and do some laps in the pool there. And what you're going to do is you're going to look at the notes that you've taken from over the last couple of days. And I'd like you to pick something else, something different that you didn't talk about in the first round. And we're just going to head into a breakout room. Now, when we go into a breakout room for Park Lee, you guys are going to have to kind of pull yourselves apart from the lineup that you've got going on there because it may get a little bit noisy, so to speak. So you're going to need to create a little bit of space. Just drop a yes in the chat box, that makes sense. So you're going to need to step away, move your chairs away from the desk. So that you're not speaking over each other because it'll get a little bit crazy there for a second. And that'll be particularly in relation to the stuff that we're about to do. So not yet, but in a moment, you need to a breakout room. And all you're going to do is one person's going to go first, and you guys can decide whoever's going first. And you're simply going to go this time for 45 seconds. 45 seconds. All you're going to do is say, hi, how you going? Good, good. The other day I went to a course and I discovered blah, blah. And I learned this thing, whatever it was. And I realized blah, blah. And what impact has that thing had on you and how are you going to use that going forward? Then you round off the conversation with saying, does that make sense? And the other person says, yeah. And then you swap over, the other person has a go, and you time each other for 45 seconds, right? So it's the other day I went to a course and I discovered blah, blah. I realize blah, blah, and what I need to change going forward is blah, and then does that make sense, all right? On that note, folks, not yet, but in a moment, you're going to into a breakout room and get that done. Whoever's going first is going first, and you're speaking for 45 seconds. So in Park Lee's situation, you guys can decide however you pair up is totally up to you. But one person goes, then you swap over to the other person there. Huh? Good. How are you? The other day I went to a course and I discovered blah, blah. I realized blah, blah. Does that make sense? That's all you're doing, folks. 45 seconds each. I'll bring you back in about a minute and a half because that's how long it should take you. On that note, head into your rooms and I'll bring you back very shortly. Very cool. Everyone's hanging out in their rooms. So many discoveries, so much realization. So many good things happening there, folks. Awesome. All right, welcome back, team. Welcome back, welcome back. All right, a bit of a leading question here, folks. But if your partner did a great job, drop a yes in the chat box and give them some love. Let them know they did a great job and let them know they did a great job teaching you something with a bit of discover, realize, and make sense. Fantastic there. All right, folks. Yes, great job. Love it. All right, awesome. All right, cool. Great job. Excellent. So, what I'd like you to do now is drop in the chat box when you talked, what's a topic that you talked about to the other person then? So drop in, yeah, so I talked about whatever it was. I don't know, maybe training.gov, maybe you did, right? Drop in the chat box, Adrian's got Scholar. All right, cool. Storyboarding, cool. Mark's got Addy. Very nice. Job of a trainer, Eileen. Very cool. Hewlett, love a bit of Hewlett. Remove assumptions, investigate fully, give quality feedback. 4 types of growth. Very cool, Jerome. Yeah, I'd have to rewatch my video. I've forgotten some of those. Awesome. Love it. Definitely being able to laugh at yourself is one of those. For sure. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. I really, really appreciate it. Talked about 3 pillars. Very cool, Diane. Very cool. So now that we're warmed up a little bit, we've done a few laps in the pool, so to speak. What we're going to do is you're going to listen to me for just a moment, and you're going to listen to me for just about 4 types of video on training. Very cool, Regina. Very cool. Now you're going to listen to me for about 30 seconds, and I'm going to get all excited, and you're just going to sit there and go, "This guy's a bit crazy." But 30 seconds. Hi everyone, today I want to talk to you about a topic that I'm really passionate about, and that is martial arts. Now, I actually do martial arts twice a week. I do Arikart martial arts. I've been doing it for about 6 years now. And I originally started because I just wanted to be able to, look after myself and protect other people around me and my family if anything ever went wrong. I love going to martial arts because every time I walk away from the lesson feeling a little bit more empowered, I've got a skill and I just feel better about myself. And I love watching the trainers instruct. It's a one-on-one lesson. And I always feel like, wow, there's a great system to what they do. And I just feel so good after my lesson. Naughty me, that was 37 seconds, right? So that was me getting a little bit passionate, a little bit excited about a topic, all right? So not yet, but in a moment. And in Parkley's situation, what I would love you to do is, if you can facilitate it, if you can organize it, and I don't know if you can, but I trust that you will be able to because you guys are awesome. I'd like you, ideally, if you can work with a different person to the person you just worked with, that would be epic, right? So if you just work with Bill, then next time, if you can work with Sandy, a different person, that would be great, right? But not yet, but in a moment, what you're going to do is you're going to talk to a human, and it's going to be going into a breakout room. You're going to talk to someone that you are in the room with, something that you are very, very passionate about. And you're going to talk to the person for about 30 seconds. And it's literally 30 seconds. So it's going to sound like, hi, today I want to talk to you about something I'm really passionate about, which is blah, blah. And I just want you to tell the person what is it and why you're really passionate about it. And you're just going to talk for 30 seconds, then you swap over, then it's going to be the other person's turn. And you're just going to go for 30 seconds each, that's all, and then we're going to come back, right? So not yet, but in a month, you guys are going to be in a breakout room, and just talk to the person about something you're really passionate about. Hi, this is what I love it, and then stop, then swap over to the other person. The person listening is just listening, don't interrupt, don't say anything at all. The person presenting, just talk about something they love. All right, cool. On that note, folks, and we'll do that. It's being one group of 3. That's so make sure each person has to go 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds, and be rapid fire in your transitions there. And on that note, get into your rooms, and I'll bring you back in about a minute, minute and a half. That should be enough time. Go for it.
Sorry, Mark, I hit not now instead of join.
Okay. So that will be. Awesome. Welcome back, team. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Go ahead. If your partner did a great job, drop them a great job or well done or nailed it, whatever the feedback is, into the chat box and let your partner know they did a great job. Yeah, Di. Love it, Elise. Great job. Well done. Well done. Well done. I like it. Now go ahead, drop in you and what you talked about. What's your topic that you talked about there? That would be great if you could mention what's the topic that you talked about. I'd love to hear the topic that you mentioned. V8s, very cool. Basketball, super, okay, cool. All Blacks, very cool. Nutrition, Eileen, very good topic there, very cool. Very good. Community, oh, Matt, nailed it. Painting, very cool. Rugby league, being regimented, very cool, Mark, very cool. Interesting topic, love it. Awesome, folks, awesome. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to add on to that a little bit there. We're going to add on to it. Now, I'm going to ask you a bit of a leading question. Passion. Okay, cool, Alicia. International cooking and the cinema mix. Oh, Susan. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Now, I want to ask you a question, though. If we want our audience to be motivated, drop in the chat box. If we want our audience to be motivated, what do we need to be, folks? What do we need to be? Drop in the chat box. If we want our audience to be motivated, what do we need to be? Yeah, we need to be passionate, but we also need to be motivated ourselves. If we want our audience to be curious, what do we need our audience, what do we need to be? We need to demonstrate what? It's a pretty leading question. Well, yeah, it's also, beautiful. Show passion through actions. Yeah. If we want our audience to be willing to learn, we need to be willing to learn. And everything starts with our energy. And I'm just going to drop something in the chat box that I'd love you to write down. And it's the following. Energy trumps words. 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 What I'd love you to do is write that down, but also drop that in the chat box there for me. People feel your energy before they hear your words. And if you want your audience to be motivated, you need to be motivated. If you want them to be curious, you need to be curious. If you want them to be excited, you need to be excited, right? So go ahead, let's catch that and let's drop that in the chat box. Energy trumps words. Absolutely, right? So not yet, but in a moment, we're going to go back into that breakout room. But strangely enough, we're going to go in with a new intention. And your task this time is to actually get your audience to love it as much as you do. What a crazy idea. You're going to get them to love it as much as you do. So, for example, if one of your topics, let's come up here, we got painting. Someone said painting. Awesome. So, not yet, but in a moment, the person that did painting is going to go into their breakout room. Maybe work with someone else. And they're going to go, hi, guys. Today I want to talk to you about a topic I'm really passionate about. And before I go into the topic, I want to ask you a question. Have you ever been a little bit stressed and you wanted a great way to relieve stress? Well, today I want to talk to you about something I really, really love, which is painting. Now, I started painting maybe 5 years ago, and I just absolutely love it because I get to sit in the park and just paint different things that I see, and it's just so rewarding, and it relieves so much of my stress, and I just love it because it really has transformed my life, and I get to go out and, show my paintings to other people, and I love, looking at paintings and just art in general. So what you're going to do is not yet, but in a moment, you're going to do a breakout room. And your job is to inspire the people that you're talking to, for them to love it as much as you do by the end of your 45 seconds, right? So you're going to talk to the people, but I'd like you to start out with a question if you can. So if I was doing the martial arts thing, I would say, hi, today I want to talk to you about something I'm really passionate about. But before I start, I want to ask you a question. Have you ever been anywhere and felt a little bit unsafe and not sure if you can handle yourself if anything ever happened? So I want to talk about martial arts and what I'm really, really passionate about and why I love it so much, all right? So you're going to go into your room and your intention is to get them to love it as much as you do. So Park Lead people, you could swap to the other partner that you haven't spoken to, and you could now inspire the other people that you haven't spoken to yet. And it's going to be the same topic, exactly the same topic, but now your new intention is to get the audience to love it as much as you do, so they go out and actually take action on it. So on that note, you're going to be talking for 45 seconds. And this time, it's probably going to be with some different people going on. But if you end up with the same person, that's okay. But your intention is to get them to love it as much as you do. Start out with a question if you can. So, have you ever? And go from that frame down. I'll bring you back in 45 seconds. Go for a team, and you guys can decide whoever's going first. Awesome, folks. Welcome back. Welcome back. And go ahead, drop some love in the chat box. Yeah, I shouldn't even have to say it. Go ahead and drop in the fact that your presenter did a great job. If they did a great job, drop in, yes, they did, or they were amazing. Loved it. Yeah, Adrian, loved it. Elise, give me some love there. Daniel was awesome. Love it. All right, I'll just allow some time for that to flow through. But now what I'd like you to do, we're going to get a little bit more specific. And what I'd love you to do is drop in the name of the person that you just watched, and one thing they did really well. So it could be Mary, tonality, or it could be Bill, time management, or it could be Frank, question at the beginning was super cool. It could be anyone at all. Drop in the name and one thing they did extremely well. Or even if they choke and they couldn't do it, just put in their name and go, yeah, they showed up and they played along. Alicia Grace, cool. Go ahead and be really specific. One thing that they did really well that stood out to you. Drop in the chat box, folks. Maybe it was their tonality, maybe it was their excitement, maybe there was the gestures, whatever it could be. Drop in the chat box. What's one thing that they did that really stood out to you? It's like, oh my gosh, that was cool. Persuasive, Elise, what a great comment. Mark's tone was very clear, very cool, Daniel. Love it. Susan, lots of passion, great, awesome. Elise, great eye contact, awesome. Very, very important, very important. And yeah, I've done an entire video on how people mess up eye contact. And also in the online space, eye contact is critically important and very different as well. And where you look with presenting online is very different to the face-to-face space. So yeah, really, really important. Eileen was inspired because she has passion to help people improve their health. That is awesome, Susan. Really cool. Showed emotion and great energy up. People back. Love it, Jerome. That is awesome. That's why I love teaching this course, just to hear the passion and, really see people's authentic selves as they come out there. Diane, great energy, all black. Awesome. Love it. All right, cool. So, as we can't hear anything, okay, that could be an issue. Diane, if you want to try logging out and logging back in, so I'll just type that in because you wouldn't have heard that. Maybe try logging out and logging back in. That could help, Diane. I'm not exactly sure, but that can sometimes be something that fixes things out. So, as we've been talking about, we were saying that energy trumps words. Energy trumps words. Let me just fix up the type of that. Energy trumps words. So, as I was saying, passion. Passion is infectious and is always going to be something. The energy is going to be felt before the words that you actually say. So if we want to influence our audience, we have to get our mindset right. And my energy is my responsibility. Drop a yes in the chat box if that makes sense. My energy is my responsibility. And the energy in the room is also my responsibility. All right. So thanks so much, Mark. Appreciate that. So basically, I need to realize that how I show up is going to radically impact my audience, and I need to take responsibility for my energy. For me, I'm always looking, how do I show up optimally? How do I be positive? How do I make sure everyone is energized and getting the most out of the experience there, right? So there's been many times in my life where, there was a particular time in my life where I had 1 week where everything went to something. I nearly lost a real estate deal, and my girlfriend at the time broke up with me, and everything was going on. Could I take that into the training room with me? Absolutely no way. So I had a number of energies, absolutely. I had a number of processes and habits and rituals that I did to get my energy high and get rid of those things so they were not in my mind, and cleared the space, looked in, did the workshop, and then came out and then put my personal hat back on. But my energy, my responsibility, and I need to realize, and I always need to remember, that how I show up is going to impact my audience there. So now let's shift gears and let me re-ask the question. Drop a yes in the chat box if you've ever been nervous before you've had to present or train people, or you could imagine yourself becoming nervous or maybe anxious. Alicia's like, yeah. And this is something that happens for a lot of people. So I just want to touch on getting rid of nerves. I don't know if that could be something that would interest you, but I'd love to give you absolutely every time, Kylie. Awesome. So I'm just going to give you some tools and tactics, some insights around this. And thank you for your authenticity and honesty there, Kylie. Really appreciate that. Just some ideas around this, because this is certainly a topic that everybody can come across, and has different levels of experience with this, right? So getting rid of nerves. So I highly recommend that you grab a pen and write these down, because it will transform your life, and it's the emergency button if you ever need to push it. So getting rid of nerves. Now, basically, when you are presenting, there's a couple of stages that you go through. And when you first start out, the reason that nerves happen is that there can often be, well, there's a number of reasons, but one, there is an extreme sort of magnification of the experience that we may be going into. But there's 3 stages that people go through. So when people first start out, they are doing something and, walk up on stage. And what is the initial thought that happens for people? What are they focused on? What are they focused on? Oh, is my hair good? My shirt, the shoes. What are they focused on, folks? Drop in the chat box. Like, do I look good? My body language. The amount of people in the crowd, maybe at least, maybe. Do you think potential? Oh, thank you so much, Susan. People generally are very focused on themselves, right? They're worried about how they are going to be seen, and they're worried about what will people think about moi. So yeah, we're going to get to the doing a good job in just a moment, but and that kind of ties in. It's like, what will people think of me? All right. What will people think of me? Think of me, think of me, think of me, right? And what we find is that in the space when we first start out, we get very concerned. There's a massive exaggeration of extreme judgment by other people onto us there. And that's totally normal because we're all human now. But once we get over ourselves, we start to worry about something else and we focus on, what do you think we could focus on next, folks? Where do you think our brain goes next? And I'll give you a hint. Drop in the chat box. What do you think, that thing could be? What do you think that could be? Script. Very cool. Very cool. Remembering. Oh, nailed it, Susan. All over it. So we got content. All right. So next thing we're going to worry about is what to say, when to say it, and all of that. Right? Yeah, notes, Mark. Awesome. So we're going to worry about our content, and we're going to be worried about what will they think about our content, when do I say what, and all of that stuff there. Right? So then number 3, though, is this is where the magic happens. This is where the magic happens. Once we've got our content sorted, what do you think we focus on next, folks? Focus on what? Drop in the chat box. What do you think we focus on next? So I've got over myself, got my content sorted. What am I going to focus on next? Let's see if anyone picks it up. Where does my focus go that's really empowering? Delivery? Yeah, Daniel, possibly. Something else that's going to circumvent that or make that really magical. Let's see. Will people enjoy the presentation? Possibly. People on the first row, Eileen, very cool, very cool. It's kind of getting to where I wanted to go, which is the audience, right? And what we need to appreciate is that when we have all the focus on ourselves, that is when the pressure mounts and the tension grows. Hopefully that makes sense. But when we shift the focus to number 3 here, suddenly everything shifts and changes. And what I would love you to write down is the following mantra that I tell myself before I present every single time is the following. Training, it's not about me. It's all about them and how they need to hear it so that they can achieve it. Training is not about me, it's all about them and how they need to hear it so that they can achieve it. Drop a yes in the chat box if that makes sense to you and that resonates with you. Training, it's not about trainer, it's all about the audience and how they need to hear it so they can achieve it. Drop a yes in the chat box if that makes sense and it resonates with you. Because what we need to realize is that when you walk into a training room, guaranteed, if you come across a trainer that doesn't get that, and they think the training's all about them, it's a very different feeling in the room, all right? Whereas if the training is all about the audience, whoa, it feels very different. It's all about the learners there. Now, for me, when I used to run face-to-face workshops and teach that, we would literally write that down and we would say that as a mantra a minimum of 20 times. I used to also carry it around on a sticky note and remind myself of that to take the pressure off myself. Having said that, the thing is, though, we do need a rapid-fire way to go from 1 to 3 very quickly, all right? Now, myself, when I was starting out in public speaking, as I mentioned to you guys, I absolutely hated it. Hated it with a passion. But I started to realize that in the place of service, you never, and excuse a typo there, you never become nervous. In the place of service, you never become nervous. In the place of service, you never become nervous. All right. So just drop the word service into the chat box there for me. Just drop the word service into the chat box there. Service, S-E-R-V-I-C-E. Don't take spelling from me. Drop in service. Beautiful, right? And when we realize that when as you as a trainer are there to actually serve your audience and help them solve problems that they may or may not know about, or that they even have, we start to realize, wow, guess what? Training, it isn't about me. It's all about them and how they need to hear it so they can achieve it, which is, gosh, what a great idea. But we start to realize that the quicker I can go from point 1 to point 3, the better they're going to be, right? And a nurse, when she's treating a patient, she's rarely nervous, unless she's, thinking, well, what's this person going to think about me, right? But I came across a question that really helped me rapid fire go from 1 to 3 very quickly in about 30 seconds. Now, in my time, I've done a lot of keynote presentations and studied, presenting from stage. But there was a number of times when I have had to use the emergency button that I'm about to share with you in order to really help myself get over myself, right? And there was a time on the Gold Coast where I was delivering a keynote presentation to some business owners, very, very successful business owners. And I was talking to them about emotional intelligence, emotional management, and how that could help their business there. But I was sitting in the car, sweating bullets, very, 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 very nervous because I was overly thinking about what will they think about me. And I didn't think I had the credibility to speak to them and, oh my gosh, all of that stuff there. Well, I decided, no, I'm going to actually use what I teach, and I broke out my emergency red button here. And I'm going to give a question. I'm going to give you the question that I asked myself that rapid fire took me from 1 to 3 and completely transformed my state. And I was able to get excited, run out of the car, and go and deliver my message. So grab a pen and get ready to write. So the question is the following. And I'm just going to be quiet as I drop this in here. So the question is the following. What is the biggest challenges or consequences this audience will face if they don't hear and act on the message that I'm about to share with them? I'll say it again. What is the biggest challenges or consequences this audience will face if they don't hear and act on the messages that I'm about to share with them? I wrote that down and I'm like, oh, whoa, okay, cool. So maybe they'll get stressed. Maybe their relationships will suffer. Maybe their family, they're going to have dramas with their family. Maybe, profit's not going to grow in their company. Maybe they're going to, have mental health challenges. Maybe they're going to have time off work. And suddenly I realized, I had this full list of like 20 things. I'm like, oh my gosh. It's time to get in there and serve my audience and to really bring massive value and really help them know the information so they go off, use the information and have some powerful results. Drop a yes in the chat box if you think that could be a great question to help you go from 1 to 3 powerfully. Now, we have gone a little bit focused on the negative here, but we can certainly flip it around and go, what is the biggest benefits that this audience will face if they hear and act on the message? Absolutely. Yes, you can certainly go positive as well if you're a positive, motivated person. But for me, this question, it really drives me towards going, I need to be of service to my audience. And I do ask myself this question every single morning before I present, because it gets me thinking about, cool. It's not just about doing a job. It's not just about showing up, doing PowerPoints. It gets me focused on the outcome that people are actually trying to achieve by coming along to the training here. It's not about me. It's all about my audience, and it's all about what they are looking to achieve, right? So it's a really powerful question, and I have it in my pocket, and I ask myself this question. And I also ask the question, when I'm going into one-on-one experiences as well there. So really, really powerful question. Now, the other thing I will just quickly mention, and this is something I talk about in my book, that professionals still experience it, but they relabel it. Relabel it. All right. So one thing that we need to appreciate is if if we went bungee jumping, which we wouldn't, and I never would, there's probably going to be some adrenaline that hits your system before you do the bungee jumping. I don't know if you have or you haven't, but I'm just picking an extreme example here. What we need to appreciate is that your body is always going to have a chemical reaction. Your body is always going to have a chemical reaction. Just throw the word chemical into the chat box there for me. Let's lock in this learning. So it's always going to have a chemical reaction because you're going to walk into an environment. Maybe you've got some new people. Maybe it's the content and you've delivered it 10 times, but it's some new people. Maybe it's in a different environment. Maybe it's like a new piece of equipment. And we need to appreciate any time the circumstances change or there's a new variable or there is something new to think about, whenever you're presenting, the chemicals will happen, right? And even the most experienced presenter, if they care about the result and the outcome, guess what? They're going to get nervous. But what they do instead is they relabel the feeling. They relabel the feeling. And earlier we talked about the fact that professionals, those empowering beliefs, there's a reason why I told you those. And the empowering beliefs were there's no such thing as a perfect presentation. Every presentation is practice for the next, and the more I present, the more confident I get. Hopefully you remember those. But a professional knows those, and professional still experiences the nervousness, but they relabel it. And I would postulate that every time you present afterwards, you kind of have a sense of, wow, different. Wow, I just achieved that. Wow, I feel different. And you have a sense of what we call expansion. Expansion, all right? Drop the word expansion into the chat box there for me if you could, please. So we discover that as you present afterwards, you're like, whoa, okay, I just experienced a new level of expansion of who I am and what I am capable of. So one of my great mentors, Benjamin Harvey, he told me that, all professionals get nervous still, but they just relabel and go, I'm experiencing some expansion right now. And they just go, all right, cool, I've got a little expansion, I've got a lot of expansion that's happening right now. And certainly with that video that you guys watched, that Velg video, there was a lot of expansion going on just before I presented. But having said that, I still came back to my question and I centered myself before I presented. I also used some breathing apps as well. And every single day, and any trainer that connects with me before a presentation, I have been known to use my breathing apps, and certainly there's some other things that I do as part of my rituals as well. But for me, it's all about state of mind. It's all about focusing on the audience and serving them. All right. So what we're going to do now is not yet at the moment. You're going to head into a breakout room. And all I'd love you to do is simply share with your partner, for you personally, what is something that you got out of this conversation around nervousness and shifting your mindset, focusing on audience, service, nervous, service, and also looking at the passion and projecting that passion, that excitement towards your audience there, and really making them feel great as you feel great there as well. And as you feel great, they feel great. On that note, head into your rooms, and all I'd like you to do is simply share with your partner what's something you've discovered or realized as we've gone through that content. I will send you to your rooms and bring you back in about 2 minutes. Go for it, team. Awesome, folks. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, team. Go ahead, drop in the chat box what was one of your key learnings or aha moments as we went through that. And feel free to be as expressive as you want. Feel free to put in a good quality sentence or a couple of words. Totally up to you. Whatever you share, drop in the chat box. What was something you got from that conversation around shifting towards focusing on the audience, what they really need, and being in a space of service there? What's the consequence for the audience? Love it, Matt. Yeah, fear of presenting. Very cool, Ali. Yeah, being confident about yourself. So cool, Mark. So cool. And there's a couple aspects to that. It's like, am I worthy to present? What will they think of me? And is my content going to be valuable for them or not? So there's three aspects to that for sure. And then confidence about yourself is also about relating to, do I have experiences in the bank of my knowledge, bank of my mind to draw upon to go, yes, I am credible. Yes, I am worthy. Yes, I can deliver this message. Yes, this message is important. From branding the nervousness as an expansion, very cool. Very cool. I love how you use the word branding. That is awesome. Servicing, fantastic. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. So and the good news is that if you use this and you focus on this, then you do find that you get less nervous over time. Does the nervousness ever go away? No, sorry, it doesn't. What we do is we just relabel it. And if any of the trainers connect with me before a workshop or particularly on a Monday morning, my mind is racing and I'm always looking to center myself, do my breathing, and I've got my rituals. And all professionals have their rituals. And workshop 2, I go through my morning rituals and I reveal them to you. And I've done a YouTube video on morning rituals and the importance of doing those before you present as well. But hopefully you got some value out of that conversation around shifting that energy and dealing with nervousness there. So far today, we've looked at that. We've looked at the importance of passion, energy trumps words. And we've looked at if you want them to love it, you need to love it. And also, if you're talking about something you love, it's a lot easier to talk about it as well then. Your entire intention is to get them to love it as much as you do. And if you don't love it, then guess what? They probably won't love it either. Or if you don't like it, man, they probably won't fall in love with it. So your energy is critically important. And on that note, we're going to take a break in just a moment. By my clock, it's 10:20. We're going to take a break and we're going to come back at 10:40. And we're going to dive deeper into the world of training and training fundamentals. See you back very shortly at 10:40. Thanks, everyone. See you shortly. Wait about 30 more seconds and we'll kick it off. Awesome. Thank you for that email that just came through. Much appreciated. Awesome. Thank you, Susan. Thank you for letting me know. All right, we're coming up to that 10:40 mark there. Go ahead, everyone. If you are here, drop a thing in the chat box and let me know that you're good to go there. Mark, champion persuasive. Super persuasive. All right, cool, cool, cool. Awesome. Love it, Elise. All right. Not sure what that means, but I think it means present. Ha ha ha. Awesome. All right, folks. So not yet, but in a moment, we're going to do a bit of a debrief on that video that you guys watched last night. If you watched some of it, all of it, none of it, could be just a great opportunity. What we're going to do is just share our thoughts, and you guys are going to head into a breakout room, and you'll be in groups of 3 for some of you, and there'll be the Park League group, which will be awesome. And all you're going to do is just share with your partners. For you personally, what was one thing that really stood out to you from the video? Doing many things, and share as much as you want. But I'm going to give you about 2 minutes, a solid 2 minutes, to just share what did you notice from the video. It could be something I said, it could be a concept I talked about, it could be where I stood on stage, or it could be, gestures, or, the beginning or the middle or the end, whatever really stood out to you from the video. And it could be a concept, it could be anything at all. But you're simply going to take this time to share with your partner what really stood out to you from the video that you watched last night. And that would be great. So I'll bring you back in about 2 minutes time. And so there'll be a couple of groups of 3, and there'll be Park Lead. On that note, I'll send you in and I'll bring you back in about 2 minutes time. Go for it, team. Awesome. Welcome back, team. Welcome back. Welcome back. And yep, everyone's back, which is great. I am coming over to Elise. Elise, if you can unmute yourself and share 2 things that came up in your group that were talked about when you were debriefing what stood out to you from the video. Elise, if you could speak, that would be great.
So the first thing was everybody liked the joke at the start where you said, put your hand up, put your thumb up, and then shake the person's hand next to you. Now you've met somebody new.
Very
And
cool. Very cool.
We all did comment on the recording skills.
Yep, no problem. I get it. I get it.
I mean, the presentation was amazing. You were very confident, very emotionally driven, but
Yep,
yeah,
cool.
the recording wasn't the greatest.
Yeah, cool. I get it. And if I told you that that recording was prohibited, that would probably explain why.
Yes.
So technically, I shouldn't have recorded it. Wasn't allowed to, but I had someone sitting in the seats and they were recording it by their phone. So yeah, that's the explanation for that. Was there anything else that really stood out to you from the video as well? You mentioned emotionally driven. Was there anything else that stood out to you from the video that was mentioned in your group? Elise?
Yeah, I'm conversing with my team.
Oh, cool. I like it. Oh, I like it. It's kind of like ask a friend. Suspense. Oh my God.
They're talking about your notes.
Talking about notes. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Not sure what that means, but okay, cool. Talking about notes.
The notes that we
I got no support here, honestly.
Okay. I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to come back.
Nice.
That's awesome. You guys collaborate, and I'll come back. Matt, coming over to you. So, Matt, if you unmute yourself and share, what's one thing that really stood out to you from the video? Go for it, Matt.
Energy trumps words.
What do you mean by that? Tell me more.
Your use of your platform of the stage. Your change in your tone. We talked about when you really wanted to drive a point or message home. That's when your tone changed and was the energy was increased. There was a bit where I think there was a bit where you were in a bit of a squat, almost like how some comedians would use a stage. They use their whole space.
Very cool. Very cool. Great pickups there, Matt. Very cool. Love it. I've forgotten about some of those things. Very cool. I am coming over to Susan's group. So we've got Susan, Diane, and Daniel. I'm coming over to Diane. Diane, if you could unmute yourself and share, what's one thing that was mentioned in your group?
So can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh yeah. So definitely number 1 was mentioned about the shaking of the hands. Dan liked that. I spoke about the 3 core problems. The disengagement, go through the motions, and inconsistency of student numbers. That's what I spoke about. And Susan spoke about saturation point. Review throughout the session, learning period. Feel free to jump in, Susan, if I have forgotten something.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
I like it. So we had the 3 core problems. We talked about the saturation point. And did anyone pick up the 3 pillars of a great training session? Anyone pick up the 3 pillars? Drop a yes in the chat box if you picked up the 3 pillars that I talked about there in the video. I think it was a blah, blah, and blah. We had R-E-R, and we had R-E-R, R-E-R. And drop in the chat box if you remember me talking about R-E-R in the chat box there. Drop in the chat box, maybe it's a yes or a no. And we talked about the 3 pillars of a great training session, which maybe you remember from the video, which were rapport, engagement, and retention. Rapport, engagement, retention. All right, and let's lock that learning in there. Let's drop in an RER into the chat box there for me, if you could, please. Rapport, engagement, retention. Rapport, engagement, retention. I like it. I like it. I'm going to wait for a few more RERs in the chat box. Drop in some rapport, engagement, retention. I'm going to wait till people drop it in. We got rapport, engagement, retention, and we got someone that fell out of the session there. So beautiful. We got rapport, engagement, retention, and something that we definitely go deeper on for sure in workshop 2 there. And I'm going to come back to the Magical Park League group, and I'm going to go with Elise and say, Elise, what's one more thing that your group talked about or took a note on that really came up in conversation there? Go for it, Elise. Or what did you extract from the group?
So it wasn't notes.
It wasn't notes. It was overcoming your fears of coming on stage. And we also did talk about the original video that you showed at the start and how we all thought we were watching the wrong video clip.
Nice.
But then you tied it into your presentation.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. So there was a Star Wars video, and then there was the Ferris Bueller's video. And and there was a number of reasons why I showed those videos. And if I can just give you context, that audience that I presented to and everyone that goes to Bell is kind of a little bit of a coldish audience, and they're a little bit more, let's put it politely, a little bit more reluctant to take on new ideas. So the purpose of those couple of videos at the beginning and the handshaking thing was to warm up the audience and to break their state, so to speak, if that makes sense. Just drop a yes in the chat box if that makes sense. So the state break was critically important when putting that together, right? And just to let you know, that video, everything was choreographed, everything was planned out, where to stand on stage, when to say things, and all the hand gestures, everything was planned out. So at the end of the day, earlier we were talking about getting over your fears and getting over your nerves. There was one thing I did forget to mention, and that was the importance of rehearsal. And as many people know, Steve Jobs was a great presenter, Oprah Winfrey's a great presenter, but we often don't talk about how many hours they put into presenting and rehearsing for those presentations. So just pick a number between 0 and 100. How many hours of practice do you think I put into that presentation? But pick a number between 0 and 100. Drop a number in the chat box. How many hours do you think I rehearsed for that presentation? Matt, wow, okay. Cool. Eileen, cool. Adrian, wow, okay. Wow, I'll take that as a compliment, but yeah. Cool, Susan. So it was called the VELD conference. So you know how I was showing you those VELD webinars? VELD has a conference every September, October, November. Can't exactly remember what date it is, but it happens every year at a different state in Australia. And just so happened the last couple of years were on the Gold Coast. Ratinder said 45, 30. Cool. Well, there's actually 2 people in the answers that have actually got it correct. 2 people actually, there's actually 2 people. So the answer is, winner, it is actually 60 hours. There are 60 hours of practice that went into that. Now, what that means is actually planning it out and then actually executing it. Thank you, Susan. Actually executing it from start to finish, actually cordoning off a stage at my office, taping it out and going from start to finish 60 times and refining it through the entire process. All right. And then there was also times where I actually borrowed a stage in my local area and I actually presented it from stage as if there was an audience there and imagining it. All right. So do you think that's quite an extensive, attention to rehearsal? Yes. Having said that, because I put in the hours, the performance kind of went okay. I'm kind of happy with how it went, but because I put in the time and the energy, it went pretty well. All right. So I was really happy with it. And 60 hours, yeah, I mean, that's at the end of the day, the more important it is, the more rehearsal I put in, right? And I've done variations of that talk a number of different times, but that's been a culmination of my content over the last 10 years. And coming up to workshop 2, I'll be getting you guys to rewatch that and to unpack it at even more detail there. Now, cool. So, I'm going to take a sidestep and ask you a bit of a leading question. Drop a yes in the chat box. You got some value from the video. There was at least something that you got that you're like, okay, cool. I could potentially use that going forward. Yeah, Jerome's awesome. All right, cool. And highly recommend that you watch it again a few times. And even if you don't, I'll be insisting you do during workshop 2, because there'll be stuff that we talk about there. Now, in the video, though, I do talk about the 4 roles of a trainer, the 4 roles of a trainer. And drop in the chat box the number 4 for me. Drop in the chat box number 4, and let's see if you guys, caught the 4 roles of a trainer. Now, with a trainer, we have a instructor. We have instructor, facilitator, and we have a coach, and we have a mentor. We have instructor, facilitator, coach, and mentor. Instructor, facilitator, coach, and mentor. We have instructor, facilitator, coach, and mentor them. So, not yet, but in a moment, you guys are going to head into a breakout room. And let me do that, let me do that, and let me do that. So, you're going to head into a breakout room. Now, Daniel and Diane, you guys instructor, facilitator. Eileen and Matt, you guys are going to be coach and mentor. Park Lee, you guys are going to be instructor, facilitator. Then Mark and Susan, you guys are going to be coach and mentor. What I would love you to do is not yet in the moment, get into a breakout room, and you're simply going to share in your own mind, what do you think would be the core difference between whatever I've allocated you? So if I gave you instructor, facilitator, what's the difference in your mind? Coach, mentor, what's the difference in your mind? Head into your rooms and I'll bring you back in about a minute and a half. Go for it. In your mind, what's the difference between those 2 that I've allocated you? Go for it. Awesome. Welcome back, team. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back there. Go ahead, drop in the chat box what you guys came up with. So whatever you said, so instructor is X, facilitator is X, or coach is this, mentor is this, or whatever you define as the core difference between the two that I allocated you. Go ahead, drop in the chat box. Could be one person for the group, or it could be facilitator focus on the group process and outcomes, while instructor focus on delivery, information, and training. Okay, cool. What else have we got here, folks? A coach motivates. Maybe. I like it. Very cool. Instructor does the job. Ooh, I like it. Diane, I like it. I like the way you put that. Mentor, someone with extensive experience and can offer career guidance. Very cool, Mark. I like it. Likely your supervisor who assists in daily assistance with your job role. Yeah, cool. Maybe, Susan. Maybe. Facilitator, organizer. Very cool. Coach trains on something specific, mentoring a particular person in his knowledge. Maybe. Very cool. Very cool. Alrighty. All right. Instructor focus on delivery training. Okay. Maybe. I like it. All right, cool. I'm liking what I'm seeing here, folks. And what I would love to do is give you one core distinction between each of the four roles. And knowing this distinction will help you know when to put on each of the hats. And what we find, though, is unfortunately, if you have the wrong hat on at the wrong time, you can end up upsetting your audience. Also, you can end up mentor is a more person that looks bigger picture and encourage growth in a bigger picture. Okay, great. What we find is that sometimes if you're unable to, Adrian, facilitate plans, guides, managers, group event. Okay, I like how you said group event there. That's really cool. We find that sometimes if someone can't take off the hat, they can have a detrimental effect on their audience there. And we need to step into each of these roles at the appropriate time to get the maximum benefit for our audience there. So, instructor, I would postulate, and you may agree or disagree, is totally fine, but I'm just going to give you a core distinction between each of them, right? So, instructor basically shows and tells how to do something. Shows and tells how to do something, shows and tells how to do it. All right, so very cool. It's like I'm going to show you and I'm going to tell you how to do it. Facilitator, on the other hand, creates opportunities for people to use the information and make mistakes and possibly learn from the mistakes. All right, I'll say possibly in just a second. So then we've got the instructor that shows and tells how to do it. The facilitator creates opportunities for them to actually use the information. Now, a coach and a mentor are a little bit different in my mind, according to this definition I'm about to give you. Now, a mentor, I'm going to talk about mentor just first of all. So a mentor has done it. A mentor has done it and can share experience of how they have done it in the past. All right, you probably guys would agree with that. A coach may not have done it, but is extremely good at getting the best out of people through great questions and strategies to approach a task. Drop a yes in the chat box that makes sense to you guys. So a mentor has done it, but a coach may not have always done it, right? So if you think about sports, for example, you may have someone that's been to the Olympics that may be a coach, but may not have. Now, a coach may have achieved at a high level, but may not have. And a coach fundamentally knows the person they're working with and are able to come up with great questions to get better performance out of their learners. Now, here's the deal, folks, though. If we stay in this hat for too long, we can sometimes create damage or we can create problems for ourselves. So here's the deal. If I stay in instructor for too long, eventually the audience possibly may get frustrated because they don't get an opportunity to actually use the information and actually apply the information and discover their key learnings from the information. Drop a yes in the chat box if that makes sense. So is me talking the whole time? I'm only talking, and it's kind of like the children's book, The Big Bear bicycle lesson, where Papa Bear buys the bicycle for Baby Bear, and Baby Bear says, "Oh, Dad, can I go for a ride on the bicycle?" And the Big Bear says, "Yes, sure, but I'm going to show you how to ride it." And Big Bear gets on the bicycle and rides around the park. And Baby Bear says, "Yes, but can I have a go?" And Big Bear goes, "No, you're not ready yet. You're not ready." And the little Baby Bear goes, "I want to ride." And eventually Big Bear goes, "No, you're not too ready." And by the end of the book, Baby Bear hasn't had a chance to ride the bicycle and still can't ride the bicycle because Big Bear won't get off the bike and allow the learner, the Baby Bear, to have his moments of learning there. Yes, excellent, Susan. Excellent. That's a great point. Now, facilitator. If we stay in facilitator too long, though, something can happen. And it sounds like this. Mary, what do you think? Bill, what do you think? Barry, what do you think? Frank, what do you think? Toby over there, what do you think? And if I stay in facilitator too long, then people start to wonder, does this trainer guy know anything at all? Or is he just going to facilitate discussion the entire time, right? And I've seen that happen as well, right? And the audience are going to get frustrated. Now, coach. If I stay in coach too long and I'm constantly just asking you questions, so how else could you do this? What's a way that you could get over that challenge? Or, what's another way that you could do that? Or for what objective? Or for what purpose are you doing that? Or why else could we do that? Eventually, you will want to slap me and you are going to go, "Stop asking me questions, tell me how to do it," because I don't have a reference point, all right? So coaching at the wrong time actually breaks rapport. Drop a yes in the chat box, that makes sense. When you've ever had someone constantly just asking you questions and constantly expecting you to come up with the answers, like, I've got no idea what I'm doing. So coaching is definitely appropriate, but at the wrong time, it's very irritating, right? And then last of all, we've got mentor, right? Now, if I constantly stand here, or you've ever experienced a trainer, and they say, "Well, you've got to do it this way. This is the only way to do it. And if you don't do it this way, then you'll be fired." And it's my way or the what. Don't drop in the chat box. It's my way or the what. Drop in the chat box. This is the only way to do it. You should never do it any other way. It's my way or the highway. Awesome, Susan. Thank you so much for that. And essentially, we need to realize that all of these 4 roles are critically important. All of them are so important. But sometimes if people don't take off the hat, a couple of things happen. The instructor will burn out very quickly and they'll constantly say, "Oh, I'm losing my voice." And also the learning will not actually transfer from the trainer to the audience then. If somebody is stuck in mentor, then the learners will not develop their own autonomy and their own strategies to learn. If someone stays in facilitator, eventually the audience go, "Does this guy know, this woman know what they're doing at all there?" Drop a yes in the chat box. You can see the value of the 4 roles and being able to step in and out of them, right? And there's time and place for all of them. And there's time and place to not be in them as well. Yo, I love it, Adrian. Awesome, right? Now, there is going to be one role that you find that you gravitate towards more so than the others. And there's going to be one that you kind of resist a little bit. And that's okay. That's just human nature. And as I explain this, and as I share this, mum may come to mind. It's like, "Oh, yeah, I need to be more of that," or "Yeah, I need to be more of that." And so, for example, instructor, I think that's pretty clear for you, but coach is just also a place that you can step into as you create activities for people to do. After you do the activities, coaching people through their discoveries or their aha moments, and helping them record those, feel great about those, and all of that. Then mentoring is certainly sharing what's worked well for you in the past. So we've got 4 roles of a trainer, and I'm just going to go ahead, copy that, and I'm just going to clear that. And what I'd love to talk about now is the 4 stages of learning that people go through. This is a conversation we don't normally have, and it's not listed in unit of competency, but we need to be very clear as to the 4 stages people actually go through. And go ahead, drop in 4 stages, so 4 stages into the chat box there for me. Let's lock in this new topic, 4 stages, if you could, please. Now let's lock in the 4 stages people go through, because if you know this, then you can really support your learners and see kind of where they're at, or the stage in the development of what they're doing, and you can start to go, yeah, does this person actually know it? And it's not the whole competence, incompetence thing and that whole conscious competence. Absolutely, that's very important. It's just a different model, but we're just going to go through this and also relate this back to ourselves whenever we're learning something. So number 1 is we're going to expose exposure to a new idea. All right. So exposure is the first stage that someone goes through. Maybe they hear something, maybe they see something, maybe they become aware of something. Drop an E for exposure into the chat box there for me, please. Drop an E for exposure into the chat box. Beautiful, right? So I'm going to expose you to an idea, and I'm going to get you thinking about it, or you're going to see it, or you're going to be taught about it, or you're going to see it in PowerPoint. Now, next thing though, the next one is practice. All right, fairly simple. Practice, all right, but practice in controlled circumstances, all right, or practice in controlled variables or variable situations. Drop a P for practice in the chat box there for me, please. But controlled circumstances, right? Awesome. Now, next is personalization. And personalization is basically applying it to one's life, or thinking about how it would apply to one's life. Now, 4 is application to the real world. Application to the real world and trying it out. All right, so the core one here is application. Drop an A for application in the chat box there for me. A for apple, A for application. Beautiful. So, out of 1, 2, 3, 4, we've got exposure, practice, personalization, application. Let's battle test this for a second. In the chat box, drop in which 1, 2, 3, or 4, exposure, practice, personalization, or application, which do you think is most undervalued or underappreciated or not given enough attention in the training world, or the training sessions, or the learning experience? Cool. Let's see what people say there. I'm going to shut up for people to. Cool. Yeah, nice, Susan. Possibly. Awesome. All right, cool. So we've had some people put in some great answers there. I'm actually going to postulate that it's actually going to be personalization. All right. Now, you may agree with that, you may not. But one of the biggest challenges that trainers face is that training becomes like Las Vegas. All right. What happens in Vegas stays in, drop in the chat box. What happens in Vegas? Drop in the chat box. What happens in Vegas? Wait till someone just stays in Vegas. Beautiful. Facebook, right? Beautiful. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, all right? And what happens in the training room often stays in the training room, because there is not enough transfer of the information from the personalized, or from the practice to the application, right? And ways that we can help people personalize the information is really helping them solidify their personnel learnings. All right. And what you want to be getting into the habit of doing is asking core questions that really help someone own their own journey, own their own insights, and own their own progress and journey there. So questions such as, after you've done an activity, asking the question, what is the biggest thing that you discovered or realized from that activity? Another question, who else could you share that with? Where else could you use this information? What challenge do you see potentially could come up for you going forward? How else could you apply this? Where else could you deploy this? All of these kind of questions are going to get people thinking beyond the training room. Drop a yes in the chat box if that makes sense for you. We are looking to create someone's vision beyond the training room and beyond the four walls that you are actually training in. Drop a yes in the chat box if that makes sense, right? So we need to get very good at helping people personalize the information. Now, another crazy idea that I came across, and you may agree with me, you may not, but I am very much a behaviorist, and we'll talk about learning theories in just a second. But for me, I've got a bit of crazy idea, and it's called the life jacket. Life jacket, and some people that have been around me know this metaphor. But if I'm in an aeroplane and that aeroplane is crashing, and I've got 90 seconds to put on that life jacket. Now I've traveled around the world, done a lot of traveling. I've probably been over, on over 500 airplanes in my life, but I have zero confidence I can actually put on a life jacket. Drop in the chat box, why do you think that might be the case? I've got zero confidence I could actually put on that life jacket. Drop in the chat box, what got zero confidence? Wait, so wait. Oh, there. I'm going to wait a little bit longer for people to throw their answers there. So I've got Elise got an answer in there. Matt's got an answer. What other answers? Fear. Oh, that's a good one, Susan. I like that. That really taps into confidence as well. Nice. I'm going to wait for a few more seconds for a few more answers. Give us some more. Because we don't do it on a regular or repeated basis. Oh my gosh. Very cool, Kylie. Thank you. Now, never done it. Alicia nailed it. Matt nailed it. And fear, there's a big part of it as well then. Because, yet never absolutely done it, right? So the belief that I have with life jacket is if I haven't seen the person do it, I cannot ever have the audacity to believe that the person can actually do it. Put a yes in the chat box if that actually makes sense for you. If I haven't seen them do it, how dare I have the audacity to think they could actually do it? I think that'd be weird, right? And it's just kind of like the idea of me putting up a PowerPoint and talking about a legislation or a tool or a tactic or a technique and going, oh yeah, I've shown it to you, so of course you can do it. Oh, I've talked about it, so of course you can do it, right? And it's just going, no, let me have healthy expectations. Let me have healthy ways of judging your learning and say, all right, cool. Just because I've said it doesn't mean you know how to do it. Just because I've described the process doesn't mean you remember, you know how to do it. And this comes back to the conversation we had earlier on day one, difference between training and education. So now if we actually go, all right, cool. How can I assume they could do it unless they've actually done it in front of me? So we've got exposure, we've got practice, we've got personalization, and we've got application. And for me, this really came strongly hit home for me when I lived in Japan. And back in high school, in grade 10, I did a 3-month homestay in Japan. And yes, I still speak Japanese. And yes, I lived in Japan for a long time, was married, and my daughter's half Japanese. So that's a little bit about me. But when I was in high school, I did high school in Japan for 3 months. But over there, I'd like you to think about this for your own context, maybe something you've learned in the past. But I was over in Japan, and I was going to high school every day. I was exposed. And I was sitting in the library, and I was doing my practice in the textbook. I was filling out the grammar exercises. Was I getting any better? No. And I asked my tutor at the time, I said, this is, I think her name was Yukiko. I said, Yukiko, actually, it was probably, I wasn't saying that, I was saying Suzuki Sensei. I was saying, how can I get better? And she's like, you don't really want to get better. I'm like, no, I do. How do I get better at my Japanese? And she's like, no, you're not serious. I'm like, yes, how can I get better? And she's like, you're constantly practicing, but you don't really want to get, I'm like, just tell me. She's like, all right, fine, I'll give you a challenge, but you got to be up for the challenge. I'm like, okay, cool, tell it to me. And she goes, all right, no dramas. Every night, I want you to write in a journal what you did that day, and I want you to write it in Japanese. I'm like, huh? seriously? It's like, yeah, every day I want you to write in Japanese. And every day I want you to show it to me, and I want you to show it to me in the beginning, and I'm going to correct it, and then I want you to rewrite it, and then I want you to actually read it to your host family. Drop a yes in the chat box. You think that might be a little bit of an intense experience, and that could actually be a little challenging, right? Because for me, I'm like, oh shit, oh my gosh, right? And so I suddenly was put in a position where I had to sit down every single night and access brand new vocabulary and go, oh, I have to write. I went to science class and I learned about nuclear physics, or Satoshi kicked me in the head with a ball, or I was disappointed, or I was frustrated. And I literally remember trying to find the word frustrated in the dictionary, paper dictionary back in those days, right? And I'm like, I'm getting frustrated trying to find the word for frustrated, right? But in that whole process, drop a yes if you think my vocabulary suddenly exploded and I had much more of a huge working vocabulary because I was put in that position of actually personalizing my journey and then speaking to my host family and them laughing at me as I was making all the errors. That's where the application came in. So there's many things in your life, guaranteed, that you have been exposed to, you've been practicing, you personalize to a degree, and then you apply to a degree. And for me, like if I look at in martial arts, I watch someone do something, I'm exposed to the idea, I practice it in controlled settings, I might talk about it, but it's not until someone actually goes to punch me in the face on the street that I'm actually applying it, or I'm actually doing how to put uncontrolled practice at the martial arts class, where we're actually, trying things, but there's not actually conditions around it, that I'm actually knowing whether I know something or I don't. Right? So we've got 4 stages of learning anything else. We've got exposure, practice, personalization, application. And the core idea is, if you haven't seen them do it, you can't ever assume that they know how to do it. Drop a V for value. If you got some value from that conversation there, and kind of gives you a sense of like, all right, where is this person up to in this development cycle there, and possibly yourself as well, right? Yeah, I mean, even trainers that I come across, it's like, all right, you say you can present on Zoom, but all right, cool. Well, where are you up to? Can you go between the screens, rapid fire? Can you do this? Can you do that? And it's not until we're in a position where we have to that we really discover what we can and can't do that. Awesome. On that note, what I would love you to do is, I know that everyone sort of takes away different things from different components. What I would love you to do is not yet, but in a moment, you can drop in the chat box. So we've talked about the 4 stages of learning that people go through. Talked about the 4 roles that a trainer can take on. And what I'd love you to do is drop in the chat box for you personally, what's something that's been shared so far that's really stood out to you? It could be, I can see the importance of personalization. Or it could be, I love those questions. Or it could be, the life jacket analogy. Or, Mark's crazy story about living in Japan, that personalization thing. Could be anything at all. Drop in the chat box. What was it for you there, folks? Drop in. Life jacket. Very cool, Mark. Very cool. Can you do it under pressure in real life? Elise, nailed it. Nailed it. And for me, it's all about conditioning the nervous system and even training soft skills. Like you talk about active listening, but can you do active listening when you're stressed? Can you do it? We talk about empathy. All right, cool. Can you do it when you're stressed, right? And it's getting it trained in the nervous system. And I'm a bit of a fanatic with the old 4 roles. Very cool, Daniel. Very cool. Love it. Yeah, personalization. That's why I'm a bit obsessive about martial arts, because like everything that I teach and they do is so aligned. It's really cool. And as we talked about on day 1, we got 64. I mean, it's a minimum of 64. Application of real world. Very cool. Very cool. 4 roles, life jacket, Alicia, I love it. 4 roles of trainer and stepping in and out. So important. So important. And if you've made the abstractive leap, if that's a word, or abstraction leap, you're probably discovering what segment of this process you're in right now. But intent, nudge, nudge. But anyway, So on that note, in the textbook, there's going to be something where you talk about learning theories. Go ahead, just drop LT into the chat box for me, learning theories. That would be great. LT, beautiful. And that would be great. So let me just bring up the old learning theories. All right, cool. So not yet, but in a moment, I'm going to show you something and you're probably going to forget it very quickly. But what I'd love you to do is in the textbook, it gives you a lot of details about different learning theories, which is great, good, go your hardest. But I like to just basically give you 3 core ones that you can come back to as easy reference points. What I'd love you to do, take a photograph of this slide or write it down. And basically, we've got behaviorist learning theory. We'll talk about that in just a second. Where basically we reward what we want and we discourage what we don't want. All right. There's a number of different ways that we can do that in training for sure. And then we have the old cognitivism. People learn through activities and people need time to digest or reflect on what they discover in those activities. Then last of all, we've got constructivism and building upon stuff that they already know. So all of these theories that are out there, you'll come across lots of them and you can pick and choose the ones that you love, but all of them are in play. And at this level, all you need to basically know is, all right, there's learning theories. You'll be able to look them up and be able to put them into basic words there. All right. So I'm going to leave that up there for just a moment. And once you've written it down and you've got it, I've got it into the chat box. That'd be great if you could. Awesome. And if you dive into the diploma of TAE, you can certainly, understand these theories in a lot deeper detail and you can research to your heart's content. But for me, love the old research, but I am more of a practical person. I love, my belief is if you can't explain it in 2 or 3 clear sentences, then you don't really know it. I mean, that's kind of the way I operate. And a great quote I once heard from Einstein was, it's not about your ability to make something simple and make it complex. It's you are the smarter people can take the complex and make it simple. All right, I'm saying I'm smart, but that's where my attention and brain goes. How simplistic can I make it? Some people make it memorable, or it is memorable for people. So on that note, we got the behaviorist. I'm a huge behaviorist fan. Huge fan. So not yet, but in a moment, I'm going to show you a quick video to illustrate the old behaviorist learning theory. And so if you are familiar with this particular TV show, great. If you're not, that's okay. And just watch the video and see how behavioralism may be in action. And all you need to do is if you can hear the video, once I start playing it, just drop a yes in the chat box. Now, you may have already seen this scene and the TV show, and that's okay, but now we're just watching it with the intent to see behavioralism in action. All right, so let's jump it in.
What's this cartoon called again?
Oshikuru Demon Samurai.
And it's not a cartoon, it's anime.
Anime. You know, I knew a girl in high school named Anime. Anna Mae Fletcher. She was born with 1 nostril. Then she had this bad nose job and basically wound up with 3.
You're here a lot now.
Oh, am I talking too much? I'm sorry. Zip.
Thank you. Chocolate?
Yes, please. Oh, hey, Kim. Yeah, you know what? Hold on. Let me take this in the hall. You'll never guess who they got to replace you at work.
Okay. I know what you're doing.
Really?
Yes. You're using chocolates as positive reinforcement for what you consider correct behavior.
Very good. Chocolate?
No, I don't. Sheldon, you can't train my girlfriend like a lab rat.
Actually, it turns out I can.
Well, you shouldn't.
There's just no pleasing you, is there, Leonard? You weren't happy with my previous approach to dealing with her, so I decided to employ operant conditioning techniques, building on the works of Thorndike and B.F. Skinner. Yet by this time next week, I believe I can have her jumping out of a pool, balancing a beach ball on her nose.
No, this has to stop now.
I'm not suggesting we really make her jump out of a pool. I thought the bazinga was implied.
Awesome, folks. Go ahead and drop in the chat box if that kind of made sense to you and you could see the old behaviorist learning theory being deployed and in action as Sheldon trained her and his girlfriend. All right, cool. So there are a number of different ways that we can deploy that in a training session, and we're certainly not going to always give chocolates funny. And yes, I love it, Susan. But it's just a great reminder that naturally we're not going to, be so overt, covert, however you choose to say it. But for me, there are a number of different things I do deploy to certainly get people behaving in the most optimal fashion there, and also discouraging things that we don't want as well. So behavioralism, definitely check it out, and could be a moment to reflect on, how it may be in play or how you could deploy in trainings that you deliver. And I'm just going to now bring up a slide, and what I would love you to do is just in the chat box, if you just type in performance, just type in the word performance for me if you could, please. Just type in the word performance. Just type in the word performance. All right, cool. So what I would like you to do, let me see, my video's not on. I'd like you to drop in the chat box, strangely enough, if you were delivering training, what is one reason that potentially somebody may not take on your training, all right? What's like, maybe they just maybe they don't like change. I don't know. Drop in the chat box, what's one reason that somebody may not take on your training? You're going to go, oh yeah, that's a great idea. I'm going to closed off. I like it, Elise. I like it there. Closed off. Cool. What else? Maybe they believe they are the experts. Susan, very cool. Matt, distracted. Awesome. Love it. Knows everything. Oh, very cool, Eileen. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. No interest, Mark. Awesome. I love it. Love how you picked that one up. And workshop 2, we really talk about what is interest, how to build it, all that. Forced to do the course rather than willingly participate. No focus. Very cool. Pressure. Very cool. Very cool. Awesome. Cannot see how it applies. Beautifully well said, Susan. Beautiful. Beautiful. Love it. All right. So what I want to share is that disruptive. Very cool, Jerome. Very cool. Lack of relevancy. Oh, very cool. Nice. So for me, I would have to say bigger picture outcome, bigger picture perspective. There have been times when I'm forced to do it. Yeah, awesome, Alicia. There have been times where training is not always the answer. And you may agree with that, and you may have had circumstances where training's been put on you and you're like, it's weird. But I have also worked in instructional design, and I once came across an article that really was helpful for me in diagnosing, was training the answer, and why is it that potentially people are not taking on the training ideas that I was actually giving them. And what I want to share with you is an article that I actually came across that was on LinkedIn that was really, really cool. It was a very simple framework that you guys can take a photograph of, and I'll give you the link for it as well if you ever want to look it up. But this was a really, really helpful framework. And this is the framework. We got performance traps. And basically, these are the core reasons why somebody may not adopt your training there. All right. So number one is that they don't know how to actually do the thing. They don't know how. Okay. Number two is they don't know why they need to do it. They don't know why they need to do it. Right? Number three is that they didn't know they should do it. They didn't know they should do it. All right, maybe they didn't realize it was necessary. Number four is that they lack the, drop in the chat box, number four, what do you think number four is? They lack the what? They lack the skills? Yeah, number four is they lack the resources. They actually lack the resources to be able to do it. Maybe they don't have the equipment. Maybe they don't have the money, be a weird one, but they don't have the equipment. They don't know how. They don't have the access to the technology. All right. Number five is it is too painful or uncomfortable. It's too painful or it's uncomfortable. Number six, there's no consequences. Or number seven, my way is better. My way is better. What I'd love you to do is reflect on a change that happened in your workplace and maybe think about which one was it for you? And maybe it was multiple ones, right? There was a workplace that I was working at, and they insisted that we all shift to Gmail. All right? So it's a little bit weird. And for me, probably number five and number seven were for me, right? It's like too painful, too uncomfortable. I had to learn a bunch of stuff, and I was already happy with what I was already doing. Like, my way is fine, it's already better. Why should I change, right? So go ahead, drop one of the numbers in the chat box and let us know, for you personally, when the change was forced upon you, what was one of the reasons why you kind of resisted the change a little bit? You didn't know how, you didn't know why, you didn't know that you should, or that you lacked the resources. Maybe it was too painful or too uncomfortable, or no consequences, or my way was better. It was just like you were already happy in your way. Yeah, awesome, Elise. Fantastic. Now, knowing this framework and thinking about it and interviewing people and sort of creatively having conversations with people and uncovering what were the core reasons, it really then, as I worked in that instructional design department, we started to go, all right, well, is it this or is it actually that? And if it's that, then maybe we need to shift and change our training approach. And maybe it's not even training that they actually need. Maybe it's a conversation. Maybe they need extra resources. Maybe it's this. Maybe they actually need to know the consequences. Drop a yes in the chat box. Do you think this framework is helpful? And maybe you can see it playing out as you think. Lisa's like, yep, beautiful. All right, so it's a great article. Highly recommend that you check it out. And you can, enjoy it to your heart's content. And I'll definitely share the link there for you if you'd like it. But for me, when I saw that, I'm like, whoa, this is cool. And I know there's many things that have happened in my world, and I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't changed because of that one or because of that one. Awesome. So on that note, yeah, cool, Adrian, love it. So on that note, not yet, but in a moment. Today we've covered quite a bit of things. We've covered the getting over nervousness. We've covered completing those learning program plans, the review documents there. We've covered the performance traps as we've got here. We've got the 4 roles of a trainer. We've got the 4 stages to learn something, and we talked about the importance of the life jacket. We talked about the exposure, practice, personalization, the personalization questions that we can use. And we looked at application. And unless people are actually applying, e.g. getting a new phone. Oh, so true, Susan. So true. I'm definitely at number 7 right now with my current phone. For me, all of these things have been really, really important, and we've had great conversations around this. What I would love you to do is not yet, but in a moment, you guys are going to head into a break room. I'd like you to simply share what is 2 things that we've covered so far that have really stood out to you, and maybe even have the conversation of, oh yeah, that thing that we just talked about, I can see that, and I can see how that may be playing out in my life right now, or in work, or going forward in work. I can see how we'll be using that, or we could deploy that as well there. So go ahead and head to your rooms, and I'll bring you back in about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. Just digest what we've covered so far and whatever you've taken notes on. Thanks so much, team. I'll bring you back in about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. Go for it. Awesome. Welcome back, team. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Everyone comes back there. So I have dropped a link into the chat box there for that article, and hopefully that's still up there on LinkedIn. But what I showed you was also a summary. But go ahead as we come back, drop in the chat box what was one of the ahas that you shared with your partner or in the group that you're in there. It could be anything at all. It could be like the importance of the life jacket or behaviorist learning theory or the learning theories, or it could be, yeah, love the video, or it could be anything at all. Drop in the chat box. What was one thing you shared with me? 4 stages of learning. Very cool, Matt. Very cool. Getting rid of nerves. Awesome, Diane. Love it. Life jacket. Getting rid of nerves. Awesome, Mark. Really glad that you caught on to that one. Excellent. Personalization. So important. So important. 4 roles of a trainer. Awesome, Adrian. Love it. And it's really cool that you guys at Parkley are having these conversations together, and you guys can also reignite these conversations further in the future there as well, and sort of, come back and go, yeah, I can see where that's playing out. When the focus is on the self, the nerves manifest. Absolutely, Elise. Absolutely. So true. So true. I love it. Cool. Awesome, folks. Really, really appreciate you sharing those ahas and what you're discovering along this journey here. By my clock, it's 11:44. By your clock, it's probably time that we refresh our brains and our bodies. So personalization is when people learn the most. Absolutely, Susan. So we're going to refresh our brains and our bodies. We're going to head off to lunch, and we're going to come back and look at all the ways that we can really ignite great learning in the training room. So on that note, let's go to lunch, and I will see you back here at 12:45, folks. Back at 12:45 gives you time to find it, cook it, eat it, enjoy it. See you then, 12:45. Thanks, folks.
Hey, Mark.
Hello. That was weird. You yelled out just as I picked up the headphones. Hello. I'm not sure who I'm talking to, but it's all good.
You were talking to me. Hi.
There you go. Oh, it might have been the other Mark. Oh, there you go. That could have happened as well.
Oh, yeah. And hello to you too.
Awesome having an extra Mark in the house. Daniel, are you used to the X-ray machine? That used to really annoy me, Daniel, whenever I went to your facility, the X-ray machine and the intensity of the security used to really freak me out. Like, I'm taking in a clear plastic bag for your lunch. That was fun.
Yeah, no, it's a bit full on. It depends who you get on the day. Some of them look all good, but like there's one dude up there that just makes you walk through like 4 times if you go off. But I think they need to update their security system. I think. Yeah.
It was intense. I will have to say it was the most expansive training experience I've ever been in. Yeah, not being able to take in my Pizza Hut buffet, very cool. Yeah. Not being able to take in like my whiteboard markers, couldn't do that. Couldn't take in like my USB. Oh no, I couldn't do that. Couldn't take in my mobile. I mean, that's a given for you, but it's like so many things. It's like Navy SEALs at training. It was like just show up bare naked and train. Like yeah, like it was intense. It was fun. I would have to say, Daniel, the food's not fantastic where you are, but I think you're in none. Yeah. I would have to say it was a bit of an interesting lunch. Very interesting. And people are wondering, what is Mark talking about? You can ask Daniel.
Yeah, no, we don't get fed here in education, so I don't know. You must have did training with the YJs, I think. You must have did some of their training programs.
Yeah, I was with the maths and the English teachers. And yeah, so, they did put on food for us, but it was certainly an interesting experience. Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah, they must have catered it themselves, math and English. I don't think cooking's a forte.
No. Yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, needed some counselling after that gig, but that's all right. That's all right. It's always fun when you're delivering training and then you've got people banging on the windows. Always fun. So Daniel knows all about that. So welcome back, team. Welcome back. If you are present and ready to go, if you just drop a pin in the chat box and let me know that you're all good to go and you are ready to travel. Awesome. We got a Yoza. Awesome. If that is a Yoza or a Gyoza. Awesome. All right. Fantastic, folks. Fantastic. So what I would love to do now is continue our conversation around training. And there's a few, I'm going to imagine Parkley are good, and Parkley have just got some cameras turned off, but everyone's still there and paying attention. Drop a yes in the chat box. That will be the case there for Parkley. You got some cameras off, but you're all good there. Awesome. You haven't run away. Fantastic, folks. Well, today we are talking more so about delivery. Now, what I would love you to do is in the chat box, if you could just drop in the word lazy, please. Just type in the word lazy. Lazy. That was weird. Let me do that again. So, lazy. All right. So, I'm going to say something that is going to smash your world for a second. And I need to say this in order to welcome you to a new paradigm. Welcome to the new paradigm. And what I would love you to do is, and it's going to shock your system, but that's okay. We need to welcome you to a new paradigm. And what I would love you to do is in the chat box, for you just write in, my job is to be a lazy trainer. Drop that in the chat box there for me if you could, please. My job is to be a lazy trainer. My job is to be a lazy trainer. My job is to be a lazy trainer. Lazy, who you want to be super lazy. So lazy, it's ridiculous. I'm waiting for some more lazies in the room. Absolutely lazy trainer. Now, I'd like you to think one layer of abstraction above here and drop in the chat box, why do you think I might be saying be a lazy trainer? Why do you think I might be saying that? Why do you think I'm up saying that as I see the instructions? It's really weird. Gotta stop having all this fun stuff at lunch. Drop in the chat box, why do you think I might be saying that? Go through the motions? Yeah, not really. Not exactly what I'm looking for. Let's see if anyone can encourage you participants to think for themselves. At least that is the direction I'm going towards. Anyone else want to add to that? Let the knowledge talk. Oh, Adrian! Wow, I love that. I would love to put that on a t-shirt. That is awesome. I love that. Let the knowledge talk for itself. That is so cool. I love it. That is awesome. So, I love it. I love it. Kylie, remind me of that one later on. That is so cool. Doing the least amount of work as possible. I love it. I love it. Let the knowledge talk for itself. That is so cool. I know this stuff is your job to learn. Very cool. So all of that is definitely the case. And I guess I'm just going to bring up the magic of Advo, and I'm just going to I'm going to make sure I save that, close that, and get rid of that there. So basically what we find is that when trainers first start out, one of the biggest mistakes that they do or that they fall into is that the trainer does the work for the learners and does too much of the work for them and doesn't make the learners work hard enough. Drop a yes in the chat box if that makes sense. But basically the trainer puts all the pressure on themselves to do everything, provide everything, know everything, and present all of the materials. Drop a yes in the chat box if that makes sense. Excuse me. And yeah, so what we find is people, when they first start out, they're like, oh my gosh, show the PowerPoint. And I and the PowerPoint am the sole source of information, which is great to a degree, but guarantee you will burn out very quickly. You'll burn out very quickly. And what we need to realize is eventually you get to a stage, if not very quickly, you get to a stage where it is more of, instead of a monologue and me just talking at people or you talking at people or the trainer talking at people, it becomes more of a dialogue, right? And what that means is the traditional training is talk at, and Lisa's just fallen out there. So talk at people, and it is tell, and then people fall asleep. But instead what we want to do is we want to get into the habit of ask, then tell, 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 ask, then tell. Go ahead, drop in the chat box, ask, then tell, ask, then tell, ask, then tell. No, not all of that, but just one, ask, then tell, into the chat box there for me if you could, please. So we can ask, then tell. Love it. Ask, then tell. And I guess for me, the big shift happened when I realized that with your audience, when they start to feel that they are part of the session and building the session together with you, then you get a lot more engagement. And we'll talk a lot about this in workshop too. But the shift happens when it's not show content, then ask questions. It's ask, then tell, ask, then tell, ask. I love it, Susan. Awesome. Ask, then tell. So hypothetically, if I was going to teach you the top 10 characteristics of a great trainer, for example, I am not going to just show you a slide with the top 10 characteristics and ask you about them. What I'm going to do is, first of all, get you in pairs or individually to tell me, go ahead, everyone, it's hypothetical, I'm just doing an example. Go ahead, everyone, tell me what in your mind, top 3 characteristics of a great trainer. Go ahead, grab a pen, write those down, share those with your partner. Awesome. All right, cool. Bill, Mary, what have you come up with? Tom and Frank, what have you come up with? I'm going to gather that data and then I'm going to tell you what I have discovered. Drop a yes in the chat box if that made sense. So it is ask, and then I'm going to tell you. Ask, then I'm going to tell you. But the amateur will go, I'm going to tell you, and then I'm going to ask. But it doesn't work like that. And when you create a training experience, it's more like a collaborative experience, then everybody wants to be involved in it, they feel part of it, and they know that how they perform also impacts other people as well, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to have a quick look at a list of activities that you can actually use and build into your training sessions so that people feel like it's based on them, part of them, and they are collaboratively building the session with you there. So the whole lesson or key piece here is ask, then tell, become the lazy trainer, do less of the work and make your learners do more of the work than you do. And really it also comes back to trainer talking at times. And when I was teaching English back in the day in Japan, we were taught that the learner should actually be speaking 80% of the time and we should be speaking 20. And that was intense, it was really hard to do, but in the training world, I kind of go for 60, 40, 70, 30 kind of thing. That's where I want to aim towards. With my learners are doing more of the hard work than I am. A, because I want them working hard, and B, because I'm going to lose my voice, and we work pretty hard as trainers there. So trainer talking time, really, really important. And if they don't get an opportunity to actually be part of the session, they're not going to receive much of the information. So grab a pen, get ready to write, and I'll show you a list of my stock standard activities that I come to here, and I'll bring them up on the screen. You may want to take a photograph of it. You may want to write them down, and I'm going to read them out to you and explain them as well. And I know they're a little bit small on the screen, but I'll read them out for you as well there. So drop a yes in the chat box if you can see the slide that says types of activities there. Just let me know that you can see the slide that says types of activities. Awesome, thanks for that. Cool. And so for Parkley, I'll try and read them for you, and if you can't see them properly then. So number one, list activities, aka brainstorming or brain activities. And basically list activities is something that I come to very, 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 very regularly. And it's kind of like one of my go-tos, right? So I don't know if you discovered, realized, or seen it over the last couple of days, but drop a yes if you've noticed that you guys have done some list activities. Like I've said to you, what are 3 characteristics or 3 things that you can see, or 3 things that come to mind, or whatever it may be. So we do that quite regularly, and again it comes back to the ask then tell, ask then tell, ask then tell, right? If you get anything from the last 3 days, I really hope you get the ask then tell. And basically the idea is, if I was going to teach you legislation, for example, before I show you the legislation, I'm going to say, all right, cool, at this workplace, what are 3 things that could be dangerous? Go ahead with your partner, come up with a list of 3 things. All right, so list activities, you have 3 things, 6 things, 10 things, right? And you can do it individually, they can write them down, or in pairs, or in groups, whatever it may be, right? And if I was going to teach you ways to assess people, all right, I'm going to say, all right, get in a pair and create a list of ways that you assess people at your workplace. Then I would show you a list of ways people, all right, I think you get it there, right? So list activities, a lot of fun, a lot of easy ways to integrate those. Number 2 is contrast activities. You guys have done 2 of them already. Contrast, what I'd love you to do is in the chat box there, if you could just write the word difference. So contrast is basically when someone identifies the difference between one thing and another thing. So, for example, I've said to you, identify the difference between training and education, or identify the difference between instructor and facilitator. And you can have an example such as, what's the difference between a great leader and a bad leader? A safe workplace and a not safe workplace. Or you can use it to create a distinction for people. And you can say, what's the difference in an enrolled nurse and a registered nurse? Or a prison guard and a prison warden. Weird one, excuse the example. Or you can have a volunteer firefighter and a paid, like, weird one, but anyway. You can create a distinction for people there. All right. So just contrast activities, one of my favorite, and they're a great way to acknowledge the experience in the room, but to create a brand new distinction or a way of thinking about things. All right. So what I would like you to do is life jacket. You don't know it until you've done it. So what I'd like you to do is in the chat box, I'd like you to think of two things that are very similar in your industry. And I'll drop in the chat box. So it could be, I don't know, let's go with a, I don't know, that'd be weird. I can't think of two things that are very similar. Let me go with Teams. Let me go, okay, cool, that's a very simple one. So we've got Teams and we've got Zoom. All right, so those are very two similar things. So I could create an activity saying, all right, what would be what's one major difference between delivering on Teams and on Zoom? All right, so those things are very similar in your world. Drop in the chat box. What's two things that are very similar? If I was thinking about corrections, I think you guys use various types of handcuffs. So you could certainly use, you could drop in like difference between A handcuff and B handcuff. You can certainly do that. Go ahead, drop in the chat box. I think in the world of firefighting, you guys have got different colored fire extinguishers. So you go a yellow one and a green. No, there's a green one. Where do I have for lunch, folks? You've got a red one and a another yellow one. I don't know, or a green one. Anyway, drop in the chat box. Two things that are very similar in your industry, and I'll wait for you to do that. Maybe you've got, I don't know, a helicopter or an aeroplane. Go ahead. What else have we got? Legislation and books. Drop in the chat. What have we got? Two things very similar in your industry. Oh, there we go. Elise, all over it. Types of forklift. Love it, Mark. Very cool, Mark. Awesome. Oh, very cool, Eileen. Tables. Oh, you guys are nailing it. Excellent. Types of one. Light attack and medium attack appliance. There you go. There you go. Types of, oh, nailed it, Susan. Love it. All right. Types of buttons, keys and swipe card. Very cool. Very cool. So simply by asking the group, all right, so for a coffee shop, for example, you could say, what's the difference between a well-run coffee shop and a badly run coffee shop? Or what are the differences between this handcuff and that handcuff? All right, because the brain is always sorting for difference and it's sorting for similarities. Drop a yes in the chat box. That makes sense, right? So we're sorting for difference and we're sorting for similarities there. So now the next one is number 3, is mix and match activities, one of my favorite. And basically you can do things like, all right, so we've got the vet organizations. So we've got ASQA, we've got TAC, we've got VRQA. And then what you can do is on one page, you can have a list of the organizations, you can have a list of the functions, and you can get people to draw a line between the thing and the thing, and you can mix and match it together there. All right. So just so I know that you got that, just type MM in the chat box there for me. So we've got mix and match, where you like connect stuff together, right? Beautiful. So that kind of leads also to mix and match in the sense of maybe you have an accident and you can then match it up to the legislation that would apply to that. And then the whole thing around teaching legislation is another topic for another day. But I've done a video on how to teach legislation well. But essentially, mix and match the legislation to the accident or whatever is going on, right? So next one we've got is find it in the room activities, all right? Very similar. So what you can actually do, mix and match, you can actually give out cards to people and say, you guys are the organizations, you guys are the functions, go ahead and find each other, all right? So that gets everyone standing up, moving around and finding their counterpart, which is super cool. And again, there's so many different ways that you can do that, like organizations or legislation or anything that really comes to mind. And then awesome. All right, so the next one we got there is videos, right? So you've got fault finding videos and you've got how-to videos. So drop a yes in the chat box if you've seen an example of a fault finding video that may have been included in the video that I did with the maybe Ferris Bueller. Ferris Bueller was a bit of a fault finding video there. So anyone, right? So it was a fault finding video. How-to video is certainly when you watch someone do something and then you go to the class and you say, all right, cool. What are 3 things that that person did extremely well? Or you can say, what were the steps that that person went through to do the task? Another type of video is you can use it as an imagination activity. You can say, all right, cool. Here's a case study of what happened. Pause it at different places and you can pose questions to the group, right? So there's a lot of different ways you can use videos. Next one, simulations and practicals followed by feedback, all right? So if you're working in any way, you can say, all right, cool, here's the situation, then do it, and then you watch them do it, you know, maybe it's putting out fire, and then you give them feedback, and then they do it again, and you give them feedback, do it again, and then you give them feedback, right? So simulations and getting people to actually do the thing. Case studies, all right? So you'll see case studies quite a bit, for example, in first aid, all right? So there's a written case study and, you know, they write how they would actually treat that patient and write out all the steps. But even on a mind side, you could say, all right, cool, you've got XYZ situation, you need to do X. What are the steps that you will go through to do that? That would also potentially be role plays as well. So you can certainly do role plays where here's a card, and go through it. Problem solving, you could certainly say kind of like, here's the situation, solve the problem. What would you do? You can do it individually or in pairs, whatever. Research tasks. All right, so one of my favorite things to use is Google. Go ahead, drop a Google into the chat box there for me. Drop a Google. And one of the things that we find is a lot of trainers will freak out because people have mobile phones in Uncle Google. Love it. Don't ask me, I just ask Google. So what we find is a lot of trainers will freak out because my students have mobile phones in the room. I'm like, hey, let's actually use that. So I will actually get my learners to grab their phone and actually use Google as a research tool and say, all right, cool. Here's a question. Everyone go ahead, use Google, research, find the answer. All right. And it's a very simple way to get your learners doing the work for you there. Number 10 is teach back to the group. And if that is a case of, you know, you're going to teach them stuff and then they teach it to each other. Or you tell each group, I want you to go research this, and each group goes and finds something or finds the information and then teaches back to the other group. And it's a really fast way to accelerate the learning because you're not doing all the work and everybody's learning from each other there. Number 11, fill in the blanks. Fill in the blanks. All right, we do a lot of that. And we talk more about that on workshop 2. All right, so you can have fill in the blanks on pieces of paper that you hand out, or you can have fill in the blanks on PowerPoint. Advice to a newbie is basically at the end of a program, you can say to your learners, awesome, well done team, you've just gone through X training. What I'd love you to do is write down 6 items or 6 pieces of advice that you would give to a brand new person entering into this company or this role. What 6 things that you would tell them? Pause. It's a great way to actually solidify those learnings and make them feel important and make them feel good that they've just achieved something there, right? Cool. So next, number 13, self-reflection activities, where they sit back, reflect on their own lives, or reflect on how they'll be using the content, or reflect on a bit of self-analysis or self-reflection. Cool. Number 14, students create the question based on the content. And you guys did that, on Tuesday morning, where I think it was even Monday afternoon, we looked at content, you guys created questions based on the content. Number 14 is an underused one, but I used to use it a lot at the university. So I would teach a bunch of stuff, and then I would get the learners to actually create a question. I would collect all the questions, and then I would re-hand them out, and then all the other people would have to answer that question, and then I'd give it back to the original person, and the original person marked the answer. That's a really cool, fun way to review content. some of the questions were really hard, some were easy, and all that fun stuff there. So list is up on the screen there. Go ahead, drop in the chat box. Give me two, folks. Give me two from this list that you think could be a really powerful strategy that you could implement in your own training, or two that you really like. It's like, oh yeah, I really like that one and that one. I want to try doing that and that when I deliver my own training. Oh, that and that, yeah, that sounds really cool. That and that, I never thought about that before. Go ahead, 3 and 5. Nice. I can do 3 and 5. Eminem, teach back to the group. Nice. Oh. With the real Slim Shady, please sit down. Awesome. 6 and 12. Very cool. Eminem and case studies. Very cool. 3 and 4. 5 and 6. 5 and 6. 3 and 10. 3. What do we got? Mix and match. 10. Teach back to the group. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. I once knew a trainer. That their weird way of doing it was wasn't weird, but it was just like, that's lazy, if not super lazy. Was that he would just get the textbook and he would actually get each of the learners in a group, and he would say, all right, I want you guys to teach us chapter 3, you guys 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And he just got everyone to read the chapter and then teach it all back to the class. And I'm like, it was super efficient, but I'm like, yeah, you got some dry interpretation sometimes. So you definitely got to pick your content when you're doing that. But yeah, it was certainly a way to get everyone involved there. Cool. So definitely can do that. Excellent. Cool. Fantastic, folks. And some of those ideas I've shared with you there, I've stolen from other people. And in workshop 2, I'm going to talk to you all about the importance and the cool thing that just borrowing ideas, right? Because all of my good stuff I've mostly just stolen from my mentors. So on that note, types of activities, drop a yes in the chat box. This is a helpful list to have there for you, and maybe a list that you'll come back to in the future. Yeah. Cool. So now all of that, very good to know. But now let's come back to the world of training and assessing and the units of competency. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to drop the link in the chat box for you. I'm going to drop the link in. All right, so once you've got that link open, if you've got more than one screen, then just type the word open in the chat box. It'd be cool if you did that. Oh, but awesome. Jerome, my man. Awesome. All right, so all right. So this unit is called Organize a Complete Waste of Time. No, I'm kidding. Organize Business Meetings. All right. So this is from the Business Services Training Package, and OPS probably stands for Operation and all of that fun stuff there. So we're going to come down, right? Now, as you know, one of my favorite methodologies for building training is what, folks? Yesterday, it was yesterday. Drop in the chat box. What was one of the methods that I talked about for building training? It wasn't storyboarding, but in this case, it was something else. Drop in the chat box. 3 letters. What is it? It is started with a T. Thank you, folks. Toa. Okay. So when we actually look at a unit of competency, 685 sounds good. What we actually look at a unit of competency, what I'm going to train you to be able to do is to essentially build a session plan quite easily and effortlessly, and develop and think of ideas on the spot. Right? So I'm going to demonstrate it for you with a unit here, and then what I'm cool. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get you guys to look at a unit and basically just come up with some ideas on the spot if you're training that unit there. So this unit, organized meetings, all right? So we got this these 2 elements: prepare meeting documentation and detail. We got record meeting outcomes, all right? So 1.1 there, it says identify type and purpose of meeting. All right. Identifying, and actually, as I go through this, you might want to read it on your end as well there. And let me just digest this information. I'm just going to go quiet for a moment as I read this. Okay, cool. So far we've got identified type and purpose of meeting being organized. Identify and comply with legal, ethical, and organizational requirements. Make meeting arrangements. Prepare notice of meeting agenda and prepare papers according to blah, blah. Distribute documentation and meeting details to participants. Confirm presence of required resources. Okay, cool. Now, knowing what we just covered with that list of activities there, drop in the chat box. What's one kind of activity that we could actually use as part of this content that we've got here? If we need to teach that content, what's something that we could actually use? Because I'm seeing a lot of possibilities there. What are you guys seeing? What are you seeing? Looking at that list of activities that I got you. Mix and match. Very cool. Good work, team. I like it. I like it. I like what you're seeing here, folks. Nice. So, just going to take a couple more moments. Research task. Oh, very cool, Elise. Very cool. I like it. I love it. All right, cool. So if I was looking at this, immediately what comes to mind is I'm just going to throw ideas out there, right? So identify type and purpose of meeting being organized, right? So I'm just throwing random ideas out there, and this is not necessarily like chronologically what you would do, but it's just ideas that are popping in my brain right now. So identify type of meeting being organized. All right, cool. So we could do a brainstorming activity, and we could say, all right, list the top 6 reasons we may have meetings at our company or at our company, right? So we got a list activity there. Identify and comply with legal, ethical, organizational requirements. All right, cool. So we got a research task there, and we could get our learners to actually research different types of laws and legislation that would apply to those different types of meetings or even meetings in general there. 1.3 there, it says make meeting arrangements according to meeting and participant requirements. All right, cool. Random, but you could actually create some case studies or case scenarios of up and coming meetings, and you could give those to different groups and say, all right, cool, you got this meeting coming up. Write down the 6 steps or the 6 things that you would need to organize or do in preparation for that meeting. Drop a yes in the chat box if that makes sense. So you could actually give them scenarios and say, you got to get, like, even on flip chart paper or butcher's paper, create those steps that you're going to do, right? Fair notice of meeting agenda and meeting papers. Oh my gosh. So if we're going to get them to prepare an agenda, I'm going to hand out a copy of a good looking agenda. And we look at it, we go, oh, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. And we identify the components. Then what we could do is I could hand out a crap, or sorry, excuse the language, or a bad agenda, and we could identify what's missing in the agenda. All right, that'd be terrible, right? And we can find all the problems with it. Then what we could do is go back to our case study, and we can say, all right, cool, as a group, let us build an agenda together for that case study or that scenario that we've been given. Then 1.5, distribute documentation, meeting details to participants with designated timelines, right? And then it says confirm presence of required resources. Well, 1.6, maybe they need to confirm the presence of required resources. How do they do that? Well, maybe they could write up an email, and they could practice writing an email and send that, hypothetically, to a facilities manager or somebody that deals with the meeting rooms. Cool. Does that make sense so far? Drop a yes in the chat box if that makes sense so far, how we are building this session together with our audience, right? Now, record meeting outcomes. Again, I'm thinking TOA. Record meeting outcomes. Take notes of the meeting. All right, cool. Well, maybe we could set up meeting situation and people role play the meeting, and maybe there's a bit of a meeting going on, and then each person, like it's a 5-minute meeting, 5-minute meeting, 5-minute meeting, each person has an opportunity to practice taking notes here, folks, taking notes, right? They're taking notes, and that's really cool. And then outline key discussions and actions for implementation. What you can actually do is gather up everyone's note taking, and then you could grade it and have some fun with that. And then you could all discuss as a group how those notes could be even better. I don't know. And then 2.2, outline key decisions and actions for implementation. Again, you could go, all right, cool. Looking at these notes everyone's taken, what are the key distinctions or decisions that have to be implemented and actioned? Cool. 2.3, review meetings for accuracy. Again, you could even record the meetings, and then they could actually check back the accuracy of their meeting minutes. That'd be fun. Distribute relevant post-meeting materials. Right, that could be simply a classroom chat about, okay, who would we distribute this information to and who would need to know it, and you'd be good to go there. Drop a smiley face in the chat box if you're liking how we have gone and attacked this unit of competency. Just had a lot of fun with it and really brought it to life there, and not gone, okay, click, 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 what to do in a meeting, click, and click, and click, and click, and click, and click, and click, until everyone's hair is falling out and everyone's falling asleep, right? So those are ideas that just pop in my head, and naturally, as you're doing it, yes, oh no, not another boring meeting. Absolutely, Susan. And that brings up another great one. Over here, as you mentioned that, I'm like, oh my gosh, how many videos would there be on YouTube of boring meetings? So you can even show a video of a meeting that's going badly, and you can say to the group, what's missing, what's going wrong? And you could show a video of a bad meeting, and then you could say, all right, cool. How can we prevent that from happening as well? So great comment there, Susan. Really happy you made that one, because there's absolutely opportunities for videos in here as well. Now, as part of that, though, I'm not going to skip over the fact that we do want to make sure that we cover the knowledge evidence, right? And knowledge evidence is going to be things like relevant communication techniques, right? Common formats for agendas and templates. And then we've got organization policies and procedures. And then meeting forums. Never really been sure what that means. Required notice periods and meeting resolutions and storage of minutes. Right? So you definitely want to cover off those things and mention those things. But do we tell them those things? First of all, no. Ask, then tell. 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 So we're going to weave that knowledge evidence throughout our session. Drop a yes in the chat box if that makes sense there for me. Drop a yes if that makes sense. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do now is Daniel and Susan, the superstars in that group. You guys are going to have this unit. So Daniel, Susan, you guys are there. Daniel, Susan, you guys have got that unit there. And then Eileen, Eileen's group, which will be Eileen, Alicia, and Matt. Alina, Alicia, and Matt. You guys are that unit there. I'm taking manual handling. And then Park Lee, you guys are going to be this unit here. And that is that, which is apply fatigue management. And then the next group, Diane and Mark, you guys are going to be fatigue management as well. So what I'd like you to do, not yet, but in a moment, when you guys go into a breakout room, and what I would love you to do is make sure that you click on the link before you go to the breakout room, because you'll lose the link when you go to the breakout room. Is you are going to look at that unit. And I'd like you to simply look at the elements of performance criteria. And I would like you to come back with two ways or two activities that you could do to make that content come alive and make it a little bit of an engaging session using some of those ideas that I talked about with that list of activities. So you're going to go into the breakout room, you're going to chat with your buddy, and in Parkley, you guys have all come with it together. And you're simply going to go, all right, cool, we got to teach this unit. What are some activities we could do in order to actually cover off that unit? If that's clear for you, just drop a yes in the chat box, let me know. And I'm going to give you about 5 minutes to come up with your 2 innovative strategies there, because we want to get to a place where it's ask, create, experience, and all of that there. So on that note, you guys are heading to your rooms, and if you get stuck, that's cool. Just come back to your list that you've got there. You know, an easy one to go to is videos, right? But think outside the box and see what you can come up with. And hopefully you've got the link. But just left before, yes, was I the second link? So Susan, you're the first link. So Susan, you're the first link. And Susan and Daniel, you guys are together there. All right. So hopefully you've got the link. If you've got the link, just drop a yes and let me know that you've been able to open the link there. Yep, thanks, Matt. Excellent. Happy day. Fantastic. I'll send you into rooms and I'll bring you back in 5 minutes' time. Work collaboratively with your partner and have a good quality discussion. Think innovatively and outside the box then. Bring you back in 5. Welcome back, team. Welcome back. I am coming over to Daniel. Daniel, if you can unmute yourself, that would be great. Daniel, unmute yourself. And if you could tell the team, what unit were you working on? Were you working on the safety unit?
Yes, work health and safety. Participate in workplace health and safety.
Beautiful. What were two ideas that you came up with in your team? Go for it, Daniel.
We came up with, so we got 4 elements. We implemented safe work practices, identify and implement work
Yeah,
health.
cool. Don't worry
and
about that.
safety.
Just tell me the ideas. Don't worry.
We done mix and match problem solving.
Very cool. So
And
tell me more about that. Does that mean like you've got an incident and then they match up like a resolution, or what are you looking at there?
we were just like activity in the classroom. We would kind of like do brainstorming and a role playing as such for those activities.
Very cool. Very cool. Love it. And role plays. Awesome. So much potential there. Very cool. Role plays. Love it. Awesome ideas there from Daniel's team. Absolutely love it. And WHS is definitely an area that people may dry very quickly, but so many ways that you can make it really come alive there. Awesome. Love it. Drop some love in the chat box there for Daniel's group. Great job. I love it. I'm coming over to Matt's group there. Matt, unit did you guys have? What did you have? I think, was it manual handling?
Yeah, manual handling.
Yeah, nice. What you got?
We came up with probably stock standard, but obviously that's why though everyone uses that same formula for this sort of activity. But we went videos first, fault finding and how to, or the other way around. And then the simulation and practicals followed by feedback. So 5 and 6 off your list.
Yeah, cool. How to? Yep.
With a splash of 12 if we had to put another one in there. The advice to a newbie.
Oh, you went there. You went there. That's where I was going. That's where I was going. That's where I was going. Cool. Now, if we were teaching this at a higher level, maybe like a step 4 or a diploma, one thing you could throw in there would potentially be like a case study, or you could throw in like a scenario, and it could be something like people at a company reluctant to lift properly, come up with 6 ways that you would actually get change in the company and create a bit of a training scenario or training situation. And you can even get people teaching each other as well there. So just depending on the level of complexity, but yeah, as we all know, we all go to the regular videos there. And then, yeah, I'm really happy that you picked up the advice to a newbie concept there. That's really cool. Awesome. Go ahead, drop some love in the chat box there for the manual handling crew. Also, now we've got the Parkley crew. Go ahead. I'm going to say over to you. Whoever you want to throw the mic towards is going to be speaking for Parkley. I don't mind. Whoever's your spokesperson, go for it. And tell me the unit that I gave you, because I can't remember. What was it?
Here you go, Mark. Adrian here. So our group, we did fatigue. So for our group, we picked 7, 8, and 9.
Good choice.
So starting with the 7. So the case study. So studying up on the case of fatigue. We have the causes of fatigue and all that. And also to 9, researching about fatigue and all that kind of stuff. The causes, the issues, and the what's another word? Oh, moving on to 8, problem solving. So problem solving, which would be the such as how to teaching about preventing fatigue and all that. So preventing fatigue, what to do and all that kind of stuff, just to keep out the fatigueness. Yeah.
No, that is freaking awesome. I love it. I love it. You are really throwing the onus back on the learners there. And then I think maybe in the unit, did it even maybe mention a bit of a self-reflection? Like getting the learners, like I think maybe one of the elements or the criteria there talked about like a getting them to identify their own stuff. So
Yeah.
maybe there was an opportunity for a bit of a self-management plan created there as well. So
Yeah. Yeah. They'll be. Yeah.
yeah, awesome. Love it. Go ahead, drop some love in the chat box there for that. Fatigue crew, that was an epic way to teach it. I absolutely love that. Agents crew knocked it out of the park. Fantastic. Love it. Now we're going to come over to Diane and Mark, and I'm going to come over to Mark. Mark, unmute yourself, Mark, and share with the crew. I think, Mark, did you guys have fatigue or did you have safety? What did I give you?
We had fatigue. We
Fatigue.
discussed a few, obviously a few of the points in there, but getting back to our like what we could achieve with it is similar to our friends at Parkley. There's simulations and a practical, so that'd be number 6, practical demonstration.
Yeah.
Mention some of the case studies, particularly of a few events of people where they have gone into excess fatigue. And along with that, number 12, particularly with new starters on site, just you mentioned the importance of how to manage fatigue.
Sweet. List activities to get new starters. So thinking of the issues and consequences. I can't spell. Awesome. I love it. I love it. I love it how real you've made it and how you made it really come alive. And I love the concept of the case studies and getting people to go, all right, cool, how this have been prevented? And also it drives home the necessity to actually know the information. Really great work there, team. Excellent. Drop some love in the chat box there for our amazing team there with the double fatigue with Diane and Mark. Great job, great job, great job. Great job, everyone. Really, really appreciate that. Now, I know there's a little bit of an esoteric and weird activity, but drop a yes if you're starting to see how the juices of the activities, when you apply them, you can really make a session come alive there, right? And it's not click, 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 click. It's like learners really getting the experience there. Yeah, double fatigue. Love it. So for me, the more you can get creative, the more value your learners actually get out of the session there, which is super cool. So on that note, by my clock, it's 1:40. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to come back at 1:50, and then we're going to jump into the next thing and have a chat about session plans and things like that. So I'll see you back here at 1:50. Thank you so much, team. See you very shortly. Awesome. As people slowly come back, go ahead and drop a pay in the chat box if you're here. If you're yet to come back, that's okay too. Awesome. Thanks, Daniel.
That was a big bottle of gin, mate.
It's my water bottle. But gin would definitely fit in it for sure. For sure. Probably is what gets me all excited. But there you go. Love it. I'm a happy trainer. So on that note, everyone, thank you for dropping in the P's. I love it. All right, so a bit of a naughty question. What I would love you to do is go in the chat box. Have you got some value from that last activity that we just did with the brainstorming and thinking about ways that we could make that session come alive? Drop a V for value or even a yes if you got some value from that. And let us know how that landed for you and if it was helpful. Because ask, then tell, ask, then tell, ask, then tell, and make them work hard. Because it's all about them, not about you. Not about you, it's all about them. So, yeah, been in a moment. We're going to dive back into training.gov.au, the place that we love to do and the place that we love to be. So we got awesome. Happy to hear that, Ollie. So we got the Cert 2 in public safety. Now I'm just going too much. Awesome. So I'm just going to use this as a bit of an example here, folks. And Matt's going to appreciate it. But basically, what we're going to do now is you're going to dive back into whatever qualification you based your learning program plan on. So if you based it on the mining thing, then you would go to the mining page on train.gov.au. If you based it on the corrections, the 3 corrections, then that's where your head is about to go. If you based it on, what else did we have? We had the Cert 4 in business. If you based it on that, then that's where your head is about to go in just a moment. Hopefully that makes sense. So we have Matt, and Matt, I believe, did the Cert 2 in public safety. Is that correct, Matt? Give me some love, give me some validation. Am I on point? Drop a response in the chat box there. Make me feel like I am kind of correct. If I am, drop a response. I did. Awesome. I did 3. Okay, cool. Cert 3, 4, and fantastic. Good to know. Awesome. So, teaching moments, Cert 3, in public safety. Okay, cool. So Cert 3 in public safety. And lo and behold, guess what, folks? I just did something there that was pretty cool. Well, me saying it's cool, that's weird. But Google did something. I didn't do something. But what you can actually do is instead of inside training.gov.au, you can actually go to Google and you can actually type in the keyword search. So you can type in Cert 3 in public safety, training.gov.au, push enter, and it'll take you straight there. So you can, thank you for that hack later on if you want to. But I believe Matt did the Cert 3, which is cool. So Cert 3 in public safety. And am I on the right one there, Matt? Am I on the right one? Excellent, thank you. So that is going to change my trajectory for the next thing. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to look through this list. I'm going to pick something from the core, only because that's convenient. So what we're going to do is I'm going to pick this unit, operate pumps, which I'm sure Matt knows back from. All right, and what am I going to do? I'm going to drop that code into Google, and oh wow, you drop it into Google, it's the first thing that comes up there. So if I scroll down on the pumps, I have 3 elements there, which is really cool. So not yet, but in a moment, all you are going to do, just like I did with Matt's example here, is I went to the qualification. All right, so if you're doing the Cert 3 in corrections, great. If you're doing the business, go to that. If you're doing the mining, well, then you would go to the Cert 2 or Cert 3 in mining, whatever you pick, right? What I'd like you to do is you are going to find 2 units of competency that are listed, either core or elective, that you think would be pretty easy to teach. Okay. Now it's a bit of a broad instruction there, but basically you're going to look through the list of units, right? It could be, so if we come to the Cert 3 correctional practice, so if I scroll down here, I've got a few. I've got maintain security, cool. I got prepare and write reports. So those are the two that I could go for. And ideally, park lead people, excuse the way to say that, but park lead people, if you guys could kind of choose two different ones, because if you all choose the same two, it's going to get weird and boring very quickly. So if you guys could choose two different units, and ideally they are units that are listed in the learning program plan that you put together. And what I'd like you to do over the next 5 minutes is you're just going to find two units from the qualification that you chose, and you're just going to find those two units. And once you've found those two units that you think would be easy to teach, you're just going to drop the names of those two units in the chat box. And they're going to be two units that are listed in your learning program plan. And if you can't remember what they were, then look at your learning program. And then, yeah, just drop in the chat box once you found the two that you think would be quite easy to teach. It could be from the core or the elective, but if it is the elective, make sure that they are electives that you actually chose and put in your plan. Drop a yes in the chat box. That makes sense with what I've just said there. I know there was a bit of a mouthful there, a bit of an enchilada of instructions, but yeah, beautiful. Thank you. So go ahead, 5 minutes, pick your two units that you think would be easy to teach. Go for it. Awesome, Adrian. Thank you. Matt, fantastic. Jerome, really cool. Love the variety of Parkley there. That's great. Great choices, Elise. Really cool. Really cool. Conduct searches, prepare reports. Awesome. Adrian's all over it. Alrighty, if anyone needs more time, that's cool. You can just drop in and need more time. That's okay. But I think everyone has dropped in their answer there, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. If anyone needs more time, just let me know. Alrighty, so we're just going to put a pause marker there for just a moment. We're going to put a pause marker there. And what we're going to do now is we're actually going to do a bit of self-reflection and a bit of look at my own stuff and underline some stuff kind of activity, right? And what we're going to do is not yet, but in a moment, what I would love you to do is you are going to look at the notes that you have taken over the course of the last 2.5 days. And what I would like you to do, and I'm sure that you've taken a lot of notes, I'm sure that you've written some stuff down, and lead, facilitate, team recruitment. Oh, what a great topic, Eileen. Love it. What I'd like you to do is not yet, but in a month, you're going to look over your notes. So I'm actually going to give you a good quality 6 minutes to do it. You're going to look over your notes. And what I'd like you to do is you're going to underline 6 key points or 6 things that have really stood out to you or that have really impacted you over the last 2.5 days. So it could be like, difference between training and education. I'm going to underline dimensions of competency. I'm going to underline 4 roles of a trainer. Could be anything at all, but you're going to underline your 6 things that have really stood out to you, knowing that there's quite a lot that we've covered, but there's going to be things that are really personal to you that have really made an impact on you and your life. And what we're essentially about to do is create a learning inventory for you and what you personally have really gained from this workshop, so to speak. So not yet, but in a moment, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to basically just underline your key points and just create a list. Now, as you do this, you are just going to be individual, silence, and you're just going to look through your notes and underline the key points there. How many key points are you dropping in, or how many are you underlining, folks? Drop in the chat box. What's the number? Drop it in. What's the number as you write it in there? Awesome, Daniel. Fantastic. 6. So, not yet, but in a moment, I'm going to turn my camera off and you're going to self-reflect and just underline your key points. And then I will tell you what we're doing after that. On that note, go ahead and turn my camera off and you're just self-reflecting and underlining your stuff. And I will turn camera back on at 2:10. 2:10, that gives you 5 minutes to reflect. And Parkley, if you guys can just do it quietly, that would be great. Don't talk to each other as you do it. Awesome, folks. If you got your 6 and you have underlined your 6 and you're good to go, just drop a 6 in the chat box and let me know that you've got your 6. If you only got 5, that's cool. Just drop a 5. Elisa's got a 6. Awesome. Adrian's got his 6. Matt's got his 6. Diane's all over it with a 6. Excellent. Love it, love it, love it. And so not yet, but in a moment, you guys are going to head into a breakout room as we do. And you're going to be in pairs, and partly you guys can allocate yourself as appropriate, but probably 2-2 is good for me and good for you. So what you're going to do is you're simply going to go into your breakout room, and it's going to be a rapid fire read your list kind of situation. The person that goes first, whoever goes first, you just sit there and read your list. So you go, all right, for me, first one was this, second one was this, next one is this, and you swap over to the other person, and you're just sharing your key learnings from this course over the last couple of days there. So on that note, it shouldn't take you too long. It should probably take you about maybe 1 minute each. And if you want to throw in a little bit of explanation, that's okay, but I will be bringing you back in about 1.5 minutes there. So don't spend too long explaining the key points there. But I'll bring you back in about 1.5 minutes, and that'll be great. Just share your key learnings that you've underlined and what's really impacted you. Go for it, team. Awesome, folks. Welcome back. Welcome back. And welcome back, team. Welcome back. Awesome. What I would love you to do is from your list, go ahead, drop one of your key learnings into the chat box and let us know And let's celebrate what you got from the course there. Let us know one from your list and drop in the chat box there if you could, please. Types of activities, growth, very cool. Ask, then tell, ask, then tell, ask, then tell. Confidence comes from competence. Very cool, Jerome. What a really cool one. What a cool one. I love it. Nice one. Hadn't really thought of that one. Life jacket, very cool, Daniel. Very cool. My job as a trainer. Nailed it, Mark. Love it. 3, 10, 100. Rig. Like it. And we'll dive much deeper into assessing in the future there. We're definitely workshop 3, which is really cool. Empowering Beliefs by Ratinder. Very cool. Love it. Toa, awesome. Love it. Not sure if that's everyone or not. I think we might be waiting on maybe 1 or 2 more people. We'll see how we're tracking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh no, I think that might be everyone. Awesome. Well, fantastic team. Great job. Great job. So over the last couple of minutes there, I sent you through an email, and as I always do, and what I would love you to do is, once you've received that email, if you just type in "got it" into the chat box and let me know that you've got that email, that would be great. Awesome, Matt, all over it. And that's cool. So when you have got it or not, I'm about to bring it up on screen here, and you'll be able to see it on the screen, and that'll be great. Awesome. Cool. So what I have essentially sent you is a session plan that's been filled out by another learner, and this is a session plan in relation to what have we got here? Session 1 of 3, the value of assessment. Yeah, it's talking about that in a medical context there, right? So we've got this unit is HLT EEENN 020, right? And we've got this session that's going over 2.5 hours, and this has been broken down in quite a bit of detail here. But I've just sent it through to you as an example. All right. Now, you are going to come across in your life many different variations and different levels of depth in a session plan. The purpose of the session plan is to lay out what's covered, when it's covered, how it's covered, what resources are needed, and the timing for that. All right. So a session plan is something that trainers have to create consistency. And what you want to be doing is with a session plan, you know, if you're going to show a video, well, then you would have the video link there. All right. If you've got the date and time, then people know when the session's going to happen there. So we've gone through, well, this person's gone through, and they were talking about doing a value of assessment and health and all that kind of stuff there. All right. So system breakdown. Gone through that, stable environment, and I mentioned doing a Kahoot quiz, and a few brainstorming things in here, time to talk to and time to listen, all that fun stuff, types of communication. Now, then I've also sent you the second one, and this person's done a 2 of 3. So I've actually sent you 3 session plans from this person here, and basically, there's a couple of things missing if I was going to be completely honest. And I'll probably drop in also a reminder to greet the audience, probably drop in a reminder to acknowledge the audience. I'd probably also drop in WHS and safety. I'd probably also drop in learning outcomes there and make sure that they were covered off. And maybe I would also drop in a trainer self intro and maybe an icebreaker, and maybe even what else have we got? Rules of engagement. But those topics we're going to cover in more detail later at workshop 2, and I'll reveal some sugar and spice and all things nice and how to put together your session. But at this point, all I wanted to do is sort of highlight what a session plan can look like there. So this one, as I said, is 2 of 3. And this one is perform physical examinations. All right, cool. Wonderful. So then it's listed from the same unit. All right. So what I've actually sent you is 3 session plans covering the entire unit. Right. And in this case, the session plan is going for 2 hours, 4 hours. So it's pretty much the entire day thing going on here. So then I'm just going to bring up the other one, the third one, and we'll take a look at that. And this one is, let's bring up, make clinical judgments. All right, sounds a bit clinical. So HLTENN020, still the same unit, and 3 of 3. All right, so we're going to come down, and this has been based upon the unit. So what has she done? She has gone to the unit of competency and put all of this together. Now, drop a yes in the chat box. You would agree that this is pretty extensive, the level that she's gone to. Pretty extensive. Drop a yes if you'd agree that this is pretty extensive, right? So you don't have to always go to this level of detail. But the key idea is if anyone picked it up, they would be able to pick up essentially be able to run with it, so to speak. All right, and that would be all good. So what we're going to do now is just have a think about, I'm just going to close that, and then I'm just going to bring up the next document here, and this will be a review document. So this is a review document, and it says session plan review mapped to the unit of competency. And what we can see here is that this person has listed out the elements on the left-hand side, and then they've put the session title. And then to the right of that, they have put the facilitation techniques or the learning activities, and they have used the key down below just to show how they're actually teaching that content or that element down below. Does that make sense, folks? Just drop a yes in the chat box. It makes sense. So basically, if they're using a PowerPoint, that is C. All right. If they're doing a reflective discussion, that is D. So this is something that you'll come back and fill out later on. All right, and cool. So on that note, awesome, Ratinder. So with the session plans, they don't need to be as extensive as what I've shown you there, but we do need to sort of throw in, let me bring up my magical Moodle here, and just bear with me a moment, folks. Awesome. And if you drop a yes in the chat box, if you can see my Moodle, if you can see my Moodle, and that would be great if you could. Just let me know that you can see it. Yeah, cool. Actually, no, you can't. You cannot. I'm glad I checked. That would be awesome and embarrassing. So, all right, cool. So you should be able to see it now. I'm glad I checked, and excellent. So within Moodle, we have this section here which says training session plans. Okay, and we have this section here called design session plan review document and session plan template. So if we actually click on session plan template and we open it up, and I will send you out a copy of these templates as well. But basically we've got here a blank session plan. All right. And the idea is that you are going to create 3. How many folks? Drop in the chat box. How many session plans are you creating? Drop in the chat box. We are creating 3. All right. So basically, the session plans, each of the plans are going to go for 30 minutes. So you're going to have 3 times by 30-minute sessions. All right. And so how would you do that? Well, you would go to the unit of competency and you would base it on each of the elements. So you could cover one element in one session, a second element in the second session, and the third element in the third session, so to speak, right? And that's totally up to you how you put that together. So if we come back here, We then have the decision session plan review document. And I'll just open that up for you, and I will just show you what that looks like there. All right, so hopefully you can see that. Okay, so basically on the left-hand side here, we've got the element performance criteria, and then session title, and then facilitation technique, and you use the code just down below them. And you can put it together, so you put the session plan together, and then you come to this document here, and you mention how that thing is being taught, all right? Do you need to use every way that's listed there? No, no. But even if you just had like PowerPoint, like D, C, even if you just had a couple of C's, that'd be fine. If you had a couple of role plays, that'd be fine, whatever it may be, all right? But do this after you develop your session plan. And hint, hint, nudge, nudge, as we talked about, you want to be creating activities within the session plan. Don't just go PowerPoint, 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 just actually build the activities there. All right, cool. So we're going to come back to Moodle for just a moment here. So in total, you're going to create for that first unit that you chose, you're going to create 3 session plans. Each of the session plans is going to go for how long, folks? Drop in the chat box. How long is each session plan going to go for? Drop it in there. 30 minutes, beautiful. All right, done. Then what you're going to do is same deal. You are going to do that for the other unit that you picked there as well. So you are going to create 3 session plans, 3 30-minute session plans for that unit as well. All right. Now, basically what you do there is you just use this as an opportunity to get creative, have some fun. And one thing I will say is 30 minutes goes very, 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 very quickly. And at the end of the day, you're just going to go, all right, cool. What's an activity that I can create? What's a couple of things that I could teach them? And then you want to have a summary and a conclusion at the end, of course. And you may want to chuck in an icebreaker at the beginning, up to you. But we'll talk more about that at workshop 2 there for sure. So just to recap, basically between now and workshop 2, I'm just going to bring up our whiteboard here. And I'm just going to close that and close that. All right, cool. So we have, so before workshop 2. So before workshop 2, ideally, if you get the time, you don't have to, absolutely don't have to. We've got the short answer questions, and they're basically the self-marking quizzes. Okay. Drop a yes in the chat box. You remember me talking about those, the self-marking quizzes. They were on here, and they were called the knowledge assessment and the design knowledge assessment. So working in the vet sector and then design knowledge assessment. Yeah, cool. If you get stuck on them, no dramas, just get it wrong, and then you get the report at the end that tells you what you got wrong, and then just go and fix it up. All right. Please don't get overly stuck on it. You can certainly research your answers, but knowing that the report's going to come to you at the end, don't freak out if you get something wrong. You get something wrong, that's totally fine. All right. So that's cool. So then let's come back and let's check out this whiteboard again. So then we have the PD plan. I mean, that was something that we worked on over the last couple of days. Then we had the trainer matrix, And if you have trouble with either of those, let me know. But if you've got questions, you can email it through and I will check it out. But whatever you come up with, it should be okay because it's all about you and it's all about just, filling out those details there. And we filled out 80-90% of it in class anyway. So then we had learning plan 1 and we had learning plan 1 review form. And that was all about Graham and his scenario situation up in Moranbah there. Then we got learning plan 2 and that was about your world. And we had learning plan 2 review form. Okay. Some of you have already submitted learning plan 1 and some of you have even submitted learning plan 2 there as well. If anyone has trouble with Moodle, that's cool. You can email them through to me and I'll submit for you. Otherwise, if anyone's having other issues with Moodle, connect with me and we'll get that sorted and you will be all squared away there. Now, next thing is the session plans. All right. So basically, Unit 1, 3 times 30-minute session plans based on the unit that you chose from your 12. Okay. Now, if it was me personally, I would probably just allocate maybe like 2 hours max for that session plan creation thing. It's just a time to get, the creative juices flowing. And if you're unsure, shoot me an email saying, I got this unit, what are some ideas or what some activities I can come up with? And, I might throw some your way. But, just get creative and, put that plan together and see what you come up with. And then do the review form. If you get stuck on the review form, totally fine. I'll support you on that. And then a session plan 2, and we've got Unit 2, and it's 3 times by 30-minute session plans based on the second unit. All right. So in total, folks, I need to ask an abstract question here. How many session plans in total are you making between now and workshop 2? Beautiful, Lise nailed it, 6. All right, cool. Beautiful, 6, right? So 3 for the first unit and 3 for the second, all right? Now, partly, if you guys want to collaborate and support each other, that's totally fine. It's totally fine because you guys kind of in the same world there. And if you want to borrow ideas from training that you've already got on the books, cool, you can borrow ideas there. So essentially, what you will be doing between now and workshop 2 is basically creating those session plans and putting ideas on paper or on session plans. Now, how fancy the session plans look and all of that, I'm not too fast. You don't have to go into encyclopedia level detail. It's not really the point. It's more so getting the experience of putting a session plan together. And I'm fully aware that we haven't really gone into, what you're going to cover at each stage and all those different things. That's more so a workshop 2 conversation. But at this point, all you're going to do, you're going to fill out the top part with the session plans and the details, and then you're going to, develop some activities that you could use to teach each of the elements, and then create that design or that review document there as well. All right. So as I have this up on the screen there, are there any questions at all that you have about potentially what you may be doing between now and workshop 2? Now, I know there's a few things there, but you've got quite a bit of time between now and workshop 2. Don't ask me that, I don't know. But you've got quite a bit of time there. So if it was me, I'd be like, all right, cool. Because I'm still juiced up about delivery this weekend, I might get my first lot of session plans done. Then the following weekend, next load of session plans done. Then after that, you could do these short answer questions and the short answer questions, and then you'll be pretty much up to date. All right. Does anyone have any questions at all about between now and workshop 2 there? I'm thinking yes or a no. If there's no questions, you can just drop a no in the chat box, knowing that you've got full access to me and even other trainers as well between now and then. And also, I'm going to be very brutal and say, even if you got none of that done before workshop 2, that's fine. None of that is going to impact whether you can do workshop 2 or not. So you don't have to have any of that all complete by workshop 2 at the same time there. So it's just kind of a guide. If you get it all done, great. If you get to workshop 2 and none of that's done, no dramas at all. You can still progress through workshop 2 there. So on that note, I am now going to, I have saved that, so I'll be able to send that out to you, so you will have a record of that. But on that note, folks, I've got some great news. We are officially done. We are officially done for the day. And we are done for this workshop. So I have to say a huge, huge congratulations to each and every one of you. And a huge thank you to all of you for being part of this journey, supporting each other and giving your 100%, because I know that some people have had some interesting things going on and been dealing with some stuff, but all of you have shown up really, really powerfully and supported each other. And I've had a great time. I really appreciate all of your effort and all of the collaboration that we've had. It's been a great session. I've really enjoyed it, and I hope that you've enjoyed it as well. And I trust that you've got some great things that you'll be able to take away and implement. So on that note, folks, thank you so much, and I will see you workshop 2. I'll send you the instructions for workshop 2 when we get to it. But if anyone has any final comments you want to drop in the chat box, feel free to. But other than that, folks, we are done for the day. Congratulations, and we'll see you at workshop 2. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Hey, Mark, just a question just before you go. That email that I sent you this morning, just regarding that the sheet I sent you, have you is that ready to be forwarded off?
Yeah, so I'll fix that up. It's Adrian, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll fix it up and I'll upload it for you.
Thank you, sir.
No problem at all.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it.
All good. All right, take care, everyone. And if anything's missing, and I need anything from anyone, I'll just email you and let you know and start assessing over the next couple of days. Thanks, everyone.